Well, it's another Friday. It's another Friday night frenzy. Another week in the books, and we are into the month of March. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Friday Night Frenzy. Oh my gosh, what a week. So right now, I don't know if you guys can hear it or if the gain of my mic is appropriately tuned, but there's a very opinionated puppy who very much does not want to go to bed. Nope. Very upset about it too, and is voicing a whole lot of concerns and doing so vociferously. So we are here. It is Friday. We've got a whole lot to go through. We've got a lot of coverage. I put some ambitious topics on the board, and I've got to get through them in an amount of time where my mods can get to sleep. So I've set a hard stop for this evening, midnight. But hey, how's it going? How was your week? Where you tuning in from? What are you drinking? How you been? I want to hear from all of you. Tune in. Taco salad, sparkling wine sounds phenomenal. XCDA. Uh, Maureen, I need a dog whisperer. Well, Leo met with the trainer today. That meeting went well, so we will continue to see how that goes. People are very upset. Slander of Leo. Leo's not being slandered. He's just very upset. Leo's recovery. He's vocalizing displeasure. He's doing fine. For those of you curious as to why I would be commenting about Leo's recovery, Leo ate a full sock, like swallowed whole. Mini Mischief 1 is age 9. Mini Mischief 2 is age 5. Mini Mischief 2, age 5, young your boy, has socks. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like kids' socks. They get brutalized. I don't know what kids do to socks to destroy them in that fashion, but they put wear and tear. They put miles on those socks. So Leo saw one of Mini Mischief 2's socks and said, "This sock feels like it needs to be put out of its misery. Might as well swallow it whole." Mm-hmm. Because that's what you do to socks. You just swallow them whole. It's a natural response to socks. This dog. And he continues to bark very loudly, even though you guys can't hear it, but he has a lot of opinions. Let me see. For those of you who are wondering who Leo looks like or what Leo is, I'll pull that up in a second. We've got Polar Bear having some iced coffee. Aaron Olivia, pizza and ice water, phenomenal. Sweet tea in Tennessee for Paula. Mindy FS, Sleepy Time Tea. I love Sleepy Time Tea. It's phenomenal. I love that stuff. Me and 90 HD, Rhubarb Fritter, phenomenal. Baby Steps, thank you for the gifted memberships. Pamela with some orange chicken and lemonade. That's a weird combination. No judgment, just a weird combination. Tea in Wisconsin, London, UK, and water. Phenomenal strawberry soda and some garlic cheese bread. Where are we? Still working in Denver for my baffled brain, but with a vodka soda to soften the blow. It was a week. It was a week indeed. I had a fun week. And by fun, I mean I was pushed to the brink, which resulted in some funny moments. I'll go through those in a minute. Laureen, keep the socks high, apparently, because the sock resulted in the hospital run to the vet. Within 45 minutes, the vet had Leo back and did the vet thing. And Leo, the sock was exhumed or just evacuated from Leo along with everything else in his stomach. And the vet was really cute, though. The vet was funny. The vet took a picture of those contents, brought them back to the waiting room where where Mini Mischief 2 and Mom were staying, and showed Mini Mischief 2 sock. It said, "You want your sock back?" You can hear him. Told you. He's got opinions. He's got opinions. Lena, new to the channel, enjoying it very much. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being a member of the channel. Thank you for joining. Very much appreciate that. Oh, Suke, I can hear him. Way too funny. Yeah. Wait, hang on. He might be calming down. I don't want to jinx it. Is he? we're not going to say anything for like a solid couple seconds, because when you get him to this point where he's like, I've realized it's bedtime, you got to take that opportunity when you can. Jen Edwards, can you raise a glass for Rosie's pup, Bella, who crossed the Rainbow Bridge last night? Raising a glass for Bella crossing that Rainbow Bridge. It's a sad moment. There's not a whole lot that's harder than losing losing any pet, any friend, because they become part of the family, even when they're vocal parts of the family. Leo is right now calling out to Bella. Bella. Cheers to Bella. May she enjoy rest and lots of play in that great beyond. So, thank you. Okay. How was the week? How was everyone's week? How'd you guys do? Did you guys do good? Crazy Orchid Lady, thank you. Saturday AM cartoons as a kid, joy equals FNF joy as an adult. I hope so. I'm glad. That's awesome. But how you guys doing? How's your week? I want to hear about all of it, because I've got some stories to tell, and there's some spicy lawyer stuff in there about the week, which is kind of fun to talk about, because like I said, I was pushed to the brink, had a lot of motions, emails. I think I was probably about as aggressive as I've ever been in an email or motion. But it resulted in a great outcome for the client. I was set to have a 3-day trial next week, 3-day trial on issues of custody. And opposing counsel in the case decided it was a good idea to issue a subpoena for one of the kids to testify against the other kid in a custody case. I had opinions about that. They were expressed in a very, very professional but firm way. You ain't gonna do it. And it was, the last email I sent was kind of a do it, I dare you. And the response I got back, I said, do it, I dare you, in a professional manner. And please be ready for the motion for sanctions. And I got a very condescending email back. Very condescending. I don't understand why you're taking this tone, blah, blah, blah. So about 9 o'clock the other night, I filed a motion for sanctions. Nope, I'm not going to. Filed it. Simply sent it with like one sentence, like, please withdraw the subpoena. Period. End of story. So then came yesterday. And then yesterday at around 1 o'clock, before I was heading off to trial for my other case, which is again another spicy case, I got an email, a one-line email. My client agrees to your most recent revisions. Please send a clean copy of the order so I can endorse it. We can remove the case from next week. Boom. Boom. Case resolved. The case is off the docket next week. Next week's 3-day trial is no longer a 3-day trial. It is now just catching up on all the other work I got to do. Well, that was immediately followed by another trial. The other trial was a motion for rule to show cause, a contempt proceeding. And I played a little game of mind chess that was phenomenal and resulted not glorifying, but my paralegals busted their ass to get something filed. Oh, I've got a guest, because we're talking about domestic relations stuff. And this person I know does domestic relations law. There are very few attorneys who practice domestic relations law that actually go out on the internet and talk about it. And one of them happens to be located in the great state of California. I don't know if it's great state or if it's a complicated state. We're going to say a complicated state of California. And she practices in the area of domestic relations. And I haven't had the chance to hang out with her in a long time. So welcome to the channel, Bri.
Hello. Happy to be back.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm quite well. I was explaining some of the things in the week and why some of my emails and correspondence were really spicy towards the end of the week, because I was frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. So motion for rule to show cause. So motion for contempt for non-payment of support.
Okay.
Job, pays support, does a ton of work, has been paying that back support. And I said, hey, I'd like you to continue it, because you also seek to modify. You're trying to change the support amount. And they said, Well, we don't have to. So 2 days ago at around 3:00 p.m., our court runner goes to court to file stuff at like 2:40.
Mm-hmm.
At 2:30, I email our paralegals, hang on, please wait, hold button, please. I have something to send, like, please be patient. So I throw together the fastest motion of my life and I send it over and they say, got it filed. So I show up yesterday in court and the opposing counsel tries to pull the FRE that I thought he was going to. He goes, we're gonna voluntarily dismiss our motion to modify. We want to find him in contempt.
Wow.
Well, Judge, you already know what I'm going to say. And the judge looks over to opposing counsel. And I said, we'd like to continue the trial, consolidate it because we have a motion pending. And the judge says, granted, I understand you're going to object, but I'm granting it. I'm not hearing this case twice.
Right.
Oh, that was to see the look of relief on my client's face, because these motions for contempt, if you're found in contempt, the judge can jail you right then.
Right.
So that was a big win. And then today was a back and forth fight where I think I sent some of the spiciest emails I've ever sent. Bri, have you ever sent an email to opposing counsel where you have quite literally said, mom either needs to start acting like a mature parent or will be in court on show causes until a judge can teach her that lesson a different way?
I've never had to say that, but I had a pretty spicy dialogue with an attorney in court on Wednesday, mostly because the attorney just, in my opinion, sucks, not defamation. But no, I actually have a couple of moms that do not want to share custody. So I haven't had to send that email directly, but there is a lot of motions. There are a lot of motions about to be filed in our office because of moms. Let me tell you.
It's the game of F around, and you get to the find out part.
Yeah, exactly. I had this mom tell one of my clients that she's terminating his parents' rights or his parental rights, and he's never going to see her child again. So I would love to see how the court is going to rule on that. And she's already lost on so many motions.
Mm-hmm. So that email about mom needing to get her act right,
mm-hmm.
They responded in a whole, like, the order says this, a BS explanation. And I responded, I can read the order as well. If that's her position, she is free to test that argument in defense of a show cause.
Yes.
Good night.
Test the argument.
I have this thing that someone sent me from the channel, and it's this. You don't have to say the word out loud, but they are F's to be given. And it's really cute because they're these actual laser printed F's to be given. So I walked up to my paralegal the other day, and after all the spiciness goes on, I set one on her desk and I said, that was the last one I had.
Yeah.
Last one I had.
So, for the week or for the year?
It was kind of for the week. I'm going to have to reset and get back to getting back next week. But my gosh, it was a wild week.
Yeah. And I think
How you been, Bri? It's been a long time.
I've been good, just moving around and working. Haven't had much time to really put too much into my YouTube channel, so I disappeared there for a while. But I've been back and I've been consistent, so I'm happy about that. How about you? How are things going?
I'm kind of the same. I will echo that. Like, the consistency part, people don't realize how hard that is. Mm-hmm. It is really hard, especially when you have the full-time job.
Yeah.
And you're doing all the stuff you need to for the clients. Can you hear a very vocal puppy?
Yes.
You can?
I can hear a barking puppy.
We might as well show the hooligan that's barking.
It sounds like a grown dog, not a puppy.
Oh, no, he's not grown yet.
Okay. Oh, that's a cute doggy.
Mm-hmm. That's Leo.
He sounds like a grown man.
He sounds like a grown dog, right? Like he's a grown-ass dog.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. He is. But every now and then, he just looks really, where is it? Let me see if I can't find this one. and I'm gonna have to tweak the audio to try and get the gain up so that you guys can't hear him. Every now and then he does this magical thing where he sleeps, which just it's not very common. So we're hoping that he gets to that stage pretty soon. Let me see if I can't fix.
Is he supposed to get much bigger than that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He's supposed to be big boy. So, can you still hear me if I talk?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear Leo still?
Yes. When you pause, it's not that it's not really distracting at all.
All right. It is what
background noise.
It is. So, you were covering the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed case last night.
I was.
And that's one of our first topics.
Okay.
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed guilty. What'd you think of the lawyering, the verdict, and everything?
Do we want to start with the lawyering? I'll start with the verdict.
Do you want to start with the lawyering? Do we really want to start there?
I'll start with the verdict. I think they were right. I think she is guilty of the involuntary manslaughter. While it is true that there were other people that did wrong things, it doesn't really absolve her from the liability. I think she's guilty of the involuntary manslaughter. I think the tampering with the cocaine or meth or whatever it could have been was a little bit of it was a stretch. It was a stretch. So I also agree with the not guilty for that one. If they would have tested her on the scene because they thought she was high at the moment, then I can see why that would be evidence tampering. But since they didn't think of it until weeks later, couple days later, maybe, because someone told them she handed them white powder, and then she followed up on it. I don't know if she could have just picked up the, meth cocaine habit right after the shooting. How do we know, right?
I love that you made the comment of the meth cocaine habit, because you know how you got to the meth thing?
Yeah.
How did you get there? Because defense counsel said it out loud.
And we talked about it on my channel too. It's like, is meth better than coke? Which one? Which one?
It could be coke. It could be meth. You don't know.
You never know.
Well, pick a substance that's not either of those things. Call it pre-workout. Call it, call it whatever you want to call it.
Don't sugar, maybe. I don't know.
Just do what you got to do. But don't call it possible meth. Now, the good thing is that got, I thought that should have been dismissed outright, but
right.
Oh, let me see if I can't find the video, because I did want to play some of the rebuttal close. Now, the rebuttal close was probably one of the most fiery moments I've seen. Did you watch the rebuttal close yet?
The rebuttal close?
From the prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey.
Oh,
you watched. I
was calling it the reply.
Yeah, the reply.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably some of the best litigating I've seen.
I'm happy people have opinions.
She did a great job. Mm-hmm. People have opinions about her. I have opinions about her. I don't particularly care for her style. I think she's condescending. I think she's rude. I think she tries to get in way too much. She's, she's a standard prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
But even though I can't stand her and don't like the tactics, I have to admire the tenacity, because that's what we saw. It was pretty remarkable. So here's rebuttal closed. Let's see. It goes to about, I want to get to the place where she goes and doesn't even need to look at her notes anymore.
Oh, yeah. She was ready to respond, too. So I feel like she just got that in her head right after defense. But I think he focused on the wrong things.
Oh, he did. And everything, if you agreed with every single thing he said, everything he said in closing argument, and I mean Attorney Bowles, which, what did you call him? What was your name for him?
Baldy.
Attorney Baldy. No shade on the Baldy. Some people can't grow the hair. I will say that there were a lot of people that were asking for his the skincare routine.
It was very shiny.
It was very well kept. And he was, for the most part, remarkably professional. So, but the rebuttal close was a particular level of spicy.
Yeah.
She brought a bunch of live rounds on set, accidentally, but negligently. She loaded one of them into a prop gun, and this was after they were loaded into Jensen Ackles' gun belt and Alec Baldwin's holster. And she told Dave Halls, this is a cold gun. He told the crew it's a cold gun. At that point, everyone certainly assumed that there wasn't a live round. She knew Baldwin would go off script. She didn't have prop duties to tend to. She walked out. And even if she had been there, it wouldn't have made a difference, because you have seen the incredible lack of control that she exercised as the only person on the movie set in charge of firearms. There is no intervening event. If you think the intervening event is that Baldwin manipulated the gun, that's the whole purpose of the prop. He's going to manipulate it. You saw a bunch of other actors do it.
She is solid. And she's not reading. She's not scripted. She is speaking. She's. And the thing is, people are going to be really pissed because she's going to get up and charge Baldwin and start going down the Baldwin path.
Right.
And they're going to say, well, how'd you find Gutierrez? Why'd you go after Gutierrez-Reed? Because every person in this chain gets charged.
Right. And that seems like something Bowles didn't understand. He was like, okay, it's a pointing finger game, but we have to remember when you're basically you're acting in concert, right? She's supposed to load the gun. Baldwin's not supposed to pull the trigger. She's not supposed to put live rounds. And one thing I kept pointing out on my channel is that she is the superseding intervening cause. When you're talking about, oh, production is supposed to be in charge of safety, but they hired you to be the armorer to, if live rounds did get there, although they're not supposed to be there, you're supposed to stop them from going in the bullet, and you didn't do that. So I think the producers are still liable, but I think she has a little bit more liability.
I mean, you and I are at the same page. With me, it's the same thing. And yes, I get the argument. She's 24. I understand that. It's the job. It is the job. Like you took that position, and that position takes risks. You have responsibilities. You neglected them. They resulted in this, and there's a whole lot of effery on that entire set. I mean, someone was going to get shot on that set, period.
Right.
It was just a matter of when.
Right.
Well, let's listen to the end of that, and then I want to get to the remand. Did you cover the remand when she was remanded to custody?
Yeah, a little bit of it.
We'll get there. I know you have thoughts. We're going to get thoughts.
Very importantly, there may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of two or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. If you think Baldwin's act was a significant cause of death, that's okay. You can still convict her.
Dagger successfully landed right there.
I agree.
So I couldn't get beyond how solid this rebuttal close was.
Jury instruction 20. If you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, the defendant is not guilty. Well, that's not this case. She brought the live rounds on set. She put a live round in a prop gun. That's the reason that Ms. Hutchins is dead.
Hannah
One
just
of
dives a
at
little
least
more
2
inside.
reasons.
She goes there, and then let's get to the verdict comes in. Now we get the remand argument, which this one for me was kind of, I'm going to go ahead and say shocking.
Yeah.
Like you have to know this is coming.
You have to
In
know you look
every
unprepared.
case. In every case, you know they're going to ask for remand.
But my question is, he a defense attorney or just anything that comes through the door attorney?
Ian looked him up a while back and said that he covers a lot of civil stuff, which there's certain rules that I have, like practice wise. I don't dabble in certain things. I don't dabble in tax law. I don't dabble in immigration law. I don't dabble in criminal defense. I don't dabble in things where the area of law is pretty complex. Now, certain things, tax law, really complex, a lot of rules, a lot of regulations, a lot of administrative steps. You got to go through immigration, same thing. Criminal law, not that complex, but a lot of things that are very much built into your daily practice. You have to know what's going on. This is one of those things where in every single trial that we have seen where the jury has returned a verdict, the very next motion argued is a motion for remand into custody.
Right.
And they immediately start arguing it, right? So how are you not ready?
And the prosecutor spoke before you. You didn't have time to pull it up at that moment, or did you not know what was going on?
I don't know. This is an unfortunate pause game on my part. Like, sorry, Hannah.
All right, is there anything that the state's requesting based upon the verdict?
Look, he just sitting there.
Ms. Gutierrez be taken into custody.
Mr. Bowles?
Your Honor, we would request under, pull up the rule, Your Honor.
He almost looked shocked. He's like, why would you ask that? You're muted, Rob.
I know I'm muted. Totally professional. No, sir, you don't get to pull up the rule right now. Why are you looking at this on your phone? What is happening? Why are you just now saying, you know what, Judge, hang on, let me pull up the rule real quick. What?
Look how defeated Hannah looks.
Well, and in the back, I mean, it's unfortunate pause. She looks defeated. Like mom looks really upset. And here you have an attorney that's just scrambling, who's going, hang on, Judge, let me pull up the rule. Which, if he's pulling up the rule, he's reading it right off the cuff. How quickly can you make a legal argument reading a rule right off the cuff when you're caught off guard?
He showed us that he couldn't really make an argument. He was just like, the rule says this. She's a good girl. Let her go home.
That is probably the most accurate summary I could ever, and articulated in such few words and so succinctly. Thank you, Bri. Phenomenal. Because what the hell is he doing?
He's ready to go home. He's all red and everything. He's stressed out.
Your Honor, Rule 5402, release pending sentencing. In this court's discretion, under the same conditions or other conditions as this court would deem necessary. Ms. Gutierrez has been on conditions. She has not violated those conditions. She has voluntarily appeared at all court proceedings. Your Honor, I would request this court to continue conditions or whatever conditions this court would have on release.
I think that's even worse than what you said. I don't even think he said what you said. Bri, you did better. You at least said she was good.
He just says follows the conditions, doesn't remind the court of what the conditions are or anything of that nature.
What just happened?
He's confused. Are you going to play the sentencing part?
I'm still trying to catch up here because that was the.
He's very unserious. And I'll wait if you're going to play the sentencing part, but if you're not, I'll make my comments on his unseriousness.
Oh, I hear a car alarm. Yes, I'm not the only one with background noise. There's a dog in the background of mine. There's a car alarm in the background of Bri's.
It's a house alarm.
We are professionals. So that was his. Well, you know what? Mom's face says it all right there. Mom's face says it all.
All right, thank you. I'm going to remand you, and the reason why I'm going to remand you is you are now convicted. And so, and this is a death. It's a criminal negligence, but it's still a death. And so, deputies, you're going to take her into custody, and we will set a sentencing date. What is the best, what do you want to look like on that? And we need an order of remand, do we? Okay. Counsel?
In terms of the sentencing date?
Yes.
At the court's convenience, will be available. There are 2 weeks in May that I'm unavailable. Those are the last 2 weeks of May.
All right. Mr. Bowles?
Your Honor, as soon as this court has time, it will be available.
All right, so do you have any conflict like that?
Listen to what he just said. As soon as this court has time, we will be available. Is this the part you were talking about, Bri?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. As soon as this court has time. You guys, how do you define as soon as this court has time? Because in my understanding, when you say as soon as this court has time, you literally mean tomorrow. I will move everything else. Tomorrow I will do this.
Yeah.
Right? That's logically. I mean, it's kind of maybe it's a stretch. I don't know. Maybe I'm just shooting in the blank. I have no clue. Listen to what happens next.
Let's also remind ourselves he just asked for her to be released pending sentencing.
She said May. Do you have any conflict?
I don't know for sure, Your Honor, that I do have other trials, but I think mid-May.
Well, I can do it sooner.
Okay.
I just wondered if you had any conflicts along the way.
Doesn't look like mid-May, Your Honor. I do. I don't think I have any conflicts.
I'm sorry, not understanding. Do you have, okay, we're in March.
Do you have the date or not? This question is not complicated. You have your calendar in front of you.
He might be still trying to close out the rule.
No.
He doesn't seem to really know what he's doing.
He can't find the X on the box. Like he can't go and click it.
Close the app. Close the app.
The sad thing is, Bri, I really think you might be right. I don't know why. Oh, it was so grating. I don't understand.
I think he's just embarrassed because I don't remember him being that red throughout the trial.
Well, his client just got convicted. He just got called out with his pants down on emotion.
Yeah.
Do you have time before May?
We have time in April.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Okay. All right. Anything else before the court?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
All right. So then mom decides that she's going to have a moment and wants to express her displeasure, which I understand. Here's my thought process. I'm sympathetic to this situation being the way it is. Like, I get it. It is shocking when your client gets put in handcuffs. I've seen it happen to a client of mine. You don't want it to happen. but you prep them that is in the realm of possibility. You at least prepare them and their family that this could happen.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, every lawyer, that's our damn job. Our job is to quite literally think about the worst possible thing that could happen and strategize against that worst thing happening.
Yeah.
So mom screams, leaving, gets very upset. But did you see the juror interview?
I have not seen the juror interview yet. No.
Oh, there we go. Because you've seen so much stuff. I need to show this to you because you have not seen it yet.
Okay. While you pull that up, I'm under the impression that Bowles probably either told her there's no way she's being remanded, or he did not know that was an option that he would be faced with that day.
I don't understand how you wouldn't know that's an option.
So then maybe he told her that she would not be remanded. Those are the only two options there.
And I see the chat. You guys in the chat right here. Where is it? Maybe he's an optimist. I saw something there. Maybe he's an optimist. I'm an optimist, but my job is to prepare for the worst. And you know the reason why Peter, lawyer knows, was surprised they took her into custody? Because there's a good argument that can be made to not take her into custody if the argument is made.
I just don't think he was prepared. I mean, he had to pull the rule up on his phone. Like, that's not a difficult rule to recite. No. The court has jurors or has discretion to determine whether she would be released until sentencing. Make your argument here. Insert argument here.
Which any lawyer that hears those words, court has discretion, hi, that's fair game. Like, you hear court has discretion. Now it's my job. This is where I shine. I shine in persuading you to do something. Right. That is like, my job is to take that discretion and try to influence that discretion in favor of my client. That's one of the sole purposes of my existence. So, on the topic of things that should not have happened or had we anticipated, we have this.
Fact. Too much is just that all
the juror
never did the safety.
This is the juror. So the juror gives an interview immediately the day of.
All the never did the safety checks. Never checked the rounds to pull them out, to look at them, shake them. I mean, if you'd have done that, this wouldn't have happened.
Jury member Alberto Sanchez comparing Gutierrez-Reed's lack of checking ammunition similar to how he has to be careful with what he does as a CDL driver.
I have to check in my vehicle, make sure I'm not going to slam into people or do something like that. That was her job, to check those rounds, those firearms.
Do you think you might have excluded someone who has a professional CDL license who, you know, could potentially be liable if they don't go through the checks and all of the above? You think you might want to have excluded them?
I don't know if I would tie that together in jury selection, though. I definitely understand he has a job and he has to be safe, and he understands that even if he makes one mistake, he could be in trouble. But well, I wouldn't all the way tie that to gun safety.
Wait till you hear this. What if you knew that he was a CDL driver and he worked at Los Alamos, a nuclear facility?
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
That does that persuade you a little bit more?
That makes more sense to me, because now you're dealing with potential explosives, and we definitely do not want nuclear things exploding.
Oh yeah, I mentioned this earlier, so I don't know if anyone caught it. Fun fact: Mama Morton, my mom, used to run Los Alamos.
Really?
She did when she was SVP, Senior Vice President Partner at Bechtel. One of the jobs that she had was Bechtel was in charge of the operations at the national labs, not the day-to-day, not scientists, but the operations part of the national labs. Mom was the lead. Like, so she was in charge of the national labs, Los Alamos, Sandia, all of them. So when he said Los Alamos, I was like, oh, that's problem. Yeah, no, don't do that. That was the juror interview, but there was something else, and I haven't watched this part yet. I have not watched this video, and I'm very curious. It's very short. So let's see. But apparently Bowles gave an interview,
Okay.
like a sit-down interview. So, oh, really cool. Look at this satellite girl. Rob, I worked at Bechtel and now I'm at Sandia. Really freaking cool. The world is so connected. It is remarkable. So, all right, playing this.
We respect the jury's verdict. It happens in this business, but it was really devastating for Hannah and really shocking.
Tonight, we're hearing from the attorney of Rust Armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. This one day after a jury found her guilty of involuntary manslaughter for the death of Helena Hutchins.
Actions evidence reporter John.
All right, that music's probably going to get this one hit for copyright.
It was shocking.
Armor Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
Yeah, obviously we're disappointed. It was shocking. We felt like the evidence supported a not guilty across the board.
So yesterday you mentioned that you plan on making an appeal. What specifically do you plan on appealing?
The chief point that we are going to appeal is the jury instruction issue. We felt like this case, the way the jury instructions were worded, became more of a civil negligence case.
Bowles says in a civil negligence case, the burden of proof is less than a criminal case.
But I think we're going to go back and appeal, cite that case law, and it has to be a higher burden than a criminal case. I think that's the whole issue. I think that dictates the result.
So they set the bar lower.
I think the bar was lower than it should have been based on the jury instructions. Again, I respect the judge's decision, but that's going to be appealed.
But that's not all Bowles plans on appealing.
Now, we spoke.
That's a bad issue. That's a bad issue because he's misstating what the law is. Like he's demonstrating a fundamental confusion in the law. No, they didn't set the standard lower than criminal. Criminal standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the burden of proof, right? That is the standard. What he is saying is that explanation of criminal negligence. He's confusing, I think, one of the fundamental issues of law in the case, which if you're confusing that issue of law, I mean, Bri, what are your thoughts?
I think he's confusing the state of mind because if you remember in his closing, he kept saying she didn't know the round was live. She didn't know. That's not what the rules said. It's a willful disregard of, she didn't check it. That's negligence. But he's like, oh, she had to know it was live in order for her to be guilty. And I think that the state made a good point in their rebuttal, saying if it was intentional, she would be on second-degree murder charges, not on manslaughter. So
that's a really good point. I'm glad that you raised that because that's perfect. And the state drove that home. And basically said, look, if she knew there was a round in there, that's a different charge. She's going away for a lot longer.
Right.
But I don't understand it. If you're arguing the mens rea part, if you're arguing the mental state, like the mental capacity, I mean, in half of his argument, he's saying she didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. Well, that's why the charge is what it is.
It's involuntary.
Yeah, she didn't mean it. Like the charge on its face literally says, she didn't mean it.
Thing is, she had a duty. She didn't do her duty. It was foreseeable the outcome. And he's just not that smart to me. Because why would you point out that Alec goes off script and then turn around and say Hannah had no clue Alec was going to go off script? You could have left that whole piece out. Like I would have forgotten those facts if he had not brought them up.
I didn't even catch that part, to be honest. Like I didn't even catch that part.
Yeah. He played the video and said, look, he shot after he goes off script. And then in the next two sentences said, how was she supposed to know he was going to go off script? I'm like,
because she's there when he goes off script on multiple occasions.
Yeah. I might have believed you if you didn't show me that clip and tell me that he goes off script before, you would have had a better chance not pointing that out.
I didn't even catch that. That's a good catch.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What a nightmare.
So it's even more foreseeable.
A couple weeks back, right? And you were planning on filing a writ to the state Supreme Court regarding text messages that were handed over to Seth Kenney. Where are you in that process?
Text message that were voluntarily extracted from your client's phone because you agreed to a voluntary search of your client's phone.
Yeah.
process?
That's going to be another part of our appeal. Attorney-client material was sent to Seth Kenney, who, as you saw in the trial, was
How'd they have the attorney-client material in the first place? How'd they get it? How they get it? Because you consented to the phone search.
You waive the right.
You literally said, here is the consent to search the phone. You didn't do preconditions, no other stipulations. You just said search it.
Right.
Let me tell you how that happens when that's not consented to. They get this cool thing called a warrant. They would have very easily obtained the warrant. The warrant would have had a scope of the search, what they could and could not search for. And that scope would have said non-privileged material, or it would have gone to a taint counsel, some independent attorney that would review it and search through it for privileged material. And then they would remove that part and they would say, here's what you get via your warrant.
Right.
How you bypass that is where you literally just say, here's my phone.
He waived the right and then is trying to unwaive it.
That's a good way of phrasing it. You waive the right, then you try to say, no, I didn't mean it.
Just like his client didn't mean it. There's no intent here.
Ouch. Bri. Savage.
He seems to not understand that everything does not have to have intent. You waive it. And I guess I understand, because if you do send an email, you're supposed to have that little paragraph at the bottom saying this is attorney-client privilege. If you weren't supposed to receive this, please, notify us as soon as possible and delete it. But if they're not sending it directly to the police and they just say, hey, can I search your phone? And she goes, yeah, here's an email from my attorney. The client is the one that waives the attorney-client privilege.
Hand it over. And that, you see what Bri did there? Bri also described how someone can demonstrate intent, not by saying they intended to do something, but by carrying out an act, that the act itself, by doing it voluntarily and physically handing it over, demonstrates an intention to do the act.
Right.
Oh, this case drove me nuts. This trial drove me nuts. The armorer's testimony drove me nuts. The dude that pointed the gun at the judge drove me nuts.
The way the sheriff had to grab the gun, I was like, I was not expecting it.
For those of you who missed that part, Ian does a great breakdown of that, where literally the person who's the quote unquote gun expert for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed pulls out a firearm, and in the course of doing this is just muzzle flashing everybody. Just everybody's getting, like, everyone's there. You're flagged, everybody. And the sheriff, he goes to raise the gun. The sheriff's hand shoots out like a lightning bolt. And the sheriff, who, mind you, was wearing gloves, like the soft little white fabric gloves, his hand shoots out of nowhere, just goes, points it barrel down. How embarrassing is that?
And you're the gun expert and you point it directly at the judge. It's almost like he was like, this is what Hannah did and this is what you're not supposed to do. But I don't know if he ever got to the not supposed to do part of it.
Yeah. So it drove me nuts. Let's catch up on some super chats and get to the next topic, because next one is you and I are going to have some fun. Scandoval. Do you watch Vanderpump Rules at all?
Yes, I've been catching up on them too. I'm not all the way up to date in all the scandals, but I am rewatching a season and then catching up.
Then you're going to enjoy the lawsuit we're about to cover.
Yeah.
Because holy crap.
I think I saw it and I was going to cover it, but all of this stuff was going on.
And I think you still should.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, I thank you for the gifted memberships. Has 16 months of so many FNFs. There's a lot of you guys have been members for a long time, and I owe a lot of members a lot of things. And I've got to get my time under control and start delivering on those things. Traveling Science Man, justice for Puppy and treats. He's had plenty of treats, promise you. Azam, thank you, Azam. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Breakfast with L&L, nice way to start my day. Have fun. Baby Gator, Bus Stop Rando. Saw Leo's IG today. Yeah, Leo's Instagram. The mini mischiefs are very happy about it. Bri, have I told you I'm engaged?
No, I've been missing that long.
Look at the shock on her face. That was phenomenal.
Oh my gosh.
It was great. That was
amazing. Congratulations.
yeah, that's 2 surprises right there. So Mischief Manager, who you can see behind the stage, Mischief Manager, who's also in chat, you might be able to see her behind the stage. She'll
I
probably
can't see behind stage.
lie to you. But Mischief Manager is my lovely fiance, and she's been behind the stage for essentially as long as the channel's existed. It's just I never really talked about it because I don't like to talk about my relationship. And there are 2 mini mischiefs: Mini Mischief 1, Mini Mischief 2. Mini Mischief 1's a 5-year-old boy who's about as rambunctious as a little 5-year-old boy can be, and Mini Mischief 2 is a 9-year-old girl who is, well, I love her very much. I'm going to say that. It is going to be that teenage year is going to be interesting. So yeah, they are the owners of Leo, so they love looking at Leo's Instagram account. Did you get people commenting? Did they like the picture? It's really freaking cute. Mischiefs are adorable. Mischief 2 smile makes me think he has a lot of extra mischief. Oh, he does. He's a redhead like his mom. Daffy9, love being here. Thanks, Rob Mods in chat. Thank you. And thank you to the mods. I'm trying to take it easy on the mods. I want to get out of here by midnight, my time, because I go way too late on these streams. The world wonders my pup is 2 and still whines just to be heard. It's a dog thing. RGOG, RIP to my good boy Dozer, who crossed last week. Cheers to Dozer. May he find fields of plenty, bones unending, and butts to sniff like there's no end in sight. Rainbow Bridge sounds pretty cool if you're a dog. Like, not cool for the parents that have to stay behind, but Mary Jane, hugs to everyone who had a bad week. Hugs indeed. It's been a week. Crazy by proxy. Glad Leo's still loud and puppyish. Oh, he's loud. He is still barking. You might not hear him. He is still barking. Indigo, awesome to see Bri. I love hanging out with Bri. I don't get to do it enough. I saw her covering Russ yesterday, and I popped into her chat, and I was like, do you want to come on tomorrow? Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, of course.
Lady Drake, welcome Bri indeed. Dina Kawaji, thank you for the gifted membership. Spirit of Morning, thank you for the gifted memberships. Midnight Dreary, gifted membership, thank you. And Azam, gifted membership, thank you. Baby Gator, I need your thoughts on the firearms expert. My thoughts are no.
Are we talking defense firearm or all?
All the no.
Really?
There are not enough no's in a room.
I don't know much about guns, so I thought the first one was pretty good.
The first one's great. Hoeg was phenomenal. He was expert of experts. Defense expert was like this, like all of these, but like said in a very profane way. He just threw them on the floor, like all the F's just on the floor.
Which is crazy because I feel like when I see older people, I just assume they have a lot of expertise and they're not going to mess up. But there can be older people with expertise that are just effing around on a witness stand. And that really shocked me. So
I was quite surprised indeed. Trace Fagan, rosin so the gun doesn't slip. Any white substance. Hey, it could be any white substance other than, it could be cocaine or meth. I've said cocaine and meth enough that I think this stream is probably demonetized. Either way, Debbie Seltman, thank you for the wave and for being a member. Kristen broke my seam ripper. I knew we were going with this. While sewing earlier, I had to go get a replacement tomorrow. If only I had a sturdy handmade one. I have that. I just have to pour the resin to get you that purple and orange epoxy resin. Like, I made this pen last night because I couldn't sleep. But I owe Kristen M96, who is the maker of the bots. I owe her a pen or a seam ripper. And I have it. I just have to pour it. So I will try to do that this weekend. Promise. Amanda Elram, personal responsibility. HG didn't do her job. That's kind of the thing. Aaron Patterson, HG looked so full of herself to the end until the judge says remand. Then you see that mask kind of drop. Sloth Life Scott, what sentence do you think she'll receive? Maximum probation, something else? I think there's going to be a lot of credit for time served. That was the other part that I thought. And Bri, I'll get your opinion on this one. I thought one of the issues of remand that I was kind of going over in my head was every day that she's in jail right now counts towards her ultimate sentence. So if you're doing a sentencing in May, you're getting 2 of those months out of the way. I could foresee a circumstance where it's time served and probation.
I agree with that. I think that is one of the reasons why they did remand her, although her attorney is trying to keep her in longer rather than short. Like, yeah, we can do May. Well, we can do it earlier. He's like, I'm available in May.
Not available. No, we can do earlier. You know, if you want to release her on time served, I've got April of nope, May. Gotta wait whole month.
Busy. But no, my thoughts were somewhere in the middle, but seeing how sympathetic a lot of people are to her, I imagine the judge is probably a little sympathetic to her too. I agree. It's probably going to be time served with probation, or even, I don't know if they can do like a suspended sentence. And if she does something wrong, then send her back. I don't know.
I think probation would be mandatory.
Mhm.
And it might be one of those where it's maybe, you know what, maybe you're right. Maybe it would be set a time, right? So say 120 days or 6 months. Wait, is that math? That's 120 is 3 months, 6 months is 240. 6 months. Let's say you set it for 6 months and you say, I'm going to suspend 3 of those months and I'm going to order you to probation. And if you complete your probation by the time of the expiration, that sentence will fall off. Like, we won't have to serve a day. But if you violate your probation gets revoked and now you're serving that sentence. So I
Right.
could see that.
Mhm.
Purple AJ, I thought he was going to he thought it was going to be not guilty. Not with that fast. Man, that thing turned around in under 3 hours. No
Yeah.
way. Ozam, thank you for the super sticker. L. Fliggins, give it up for the legal assistant at remand. Oh yeah, she was interesting. A lot of people in this trial were interesting. Cookie Mon Steve just here for a bit, off to Ian meetup. Have fun, everyone. Yeah, Ian's not joining tonight because Ian's in a bar meeting a bunch of people having fun.
Oh, that's fun.
I know. Which also means that I can navigate this live stream. And when I say I can land it within, before midnight, I think I can do that.
That's true.
Like, I think I have a shot at it. I have a chance.
Oh, that is true.
I love my Canadian friend. Like, he's one of my best friends in the whole world.
He has a lot of
Telling Ian I have 5 minutes turns into an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Don't know where the time goes. But yes, love him. Hey, Rab, he doesn't have an appeal. He didn't object to anything, including jury. Yeah, I know. He didn't object to the jury instructions. He waived the issue. Finally freed. They should have the taint attorney involved. Everyone loves the word taint attorney. Baby Gator, Bust Stop Brando. I think Bowles was overconfident that the jury would blame production. You can blame production
All you want to.
and blame Hannah. I hated this argument throughout this entire trial. I really didn't like it. Everyone wanted to basically say these other people are bad. And I said, yes,
Yep.
I agree. But Hannah bad too.
It's like the concept was foreign to him. And I don't know if that was just the best argument he had or what. Like, oh, yeah, they tried to sabotage me, but also 3 other people got charges.
Well, you know what he did with his best argument? He yeeted it out the window on fire and threw it into a dumpster when he had his client sit for 2 voluntary interviews after she acquiesced to an interview and he consented to a search of the phone. Those interviews was ball game.
And he helped to give information in he's like, yeah, add more. Go ahead. Tell him more.
Yeah. When are you ever going to see me with a client sitting there and I say, tell him more? The answer is no. If you see me doing that, you have full permission to walk up behind me, hit me in the head with a shovel and put me out back. No, that means that my brain has stopped functioning and I'm no longer doing the job of a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mujer Barroca, the financial flagger. Yeah, he was interesting. The finance guy that was an expert. Catherine Frazier, I've enjoyed every Friday because of this fun chat. Chat is amazing. Chat is awesome. Debbie W, 18 months. Where'd the time go? 18 months. You guys, this is amazing. I can't even remember I've been a channel for that long. Celebrial82, thanks for the great 15 months. 15 months. I remember starting this channel and being scared it wasn't going to go anywhere or do anything. Equality, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Carolyn Knight, sending love, happiness, and Rob, happiness to Rob and Mischief Manager. Thank you very much. Renee Clark, been around since Debt V Heard. Fun times. Thank you for being here. Cindy for the awesome coverage, and Honey Fund, congratulations. Thank you. Quality, can't stay but want to say hi. Hi, Rob, and hi, Bri, with all the heart emojis. Brissy girl, Rob, will you cover the sanctions of the Maya case? That's on the docket tonight. It is. Finally, Freed, Rob, the way you light up when talking about your mischiefs is everything good in the world. Congrats to all of you. They are a very huge part of my life. I love getting to share parts of it with you. And we call them the mischiefs because we all engage in mischief. And Mischief Manager is the person who is, at the end of the day, someone I try to remind to be young and have fun and enjoy life, but who also somehow wrangles all of our craziness. Bri, I got a Nerf gun that shoots rounds at, I want to say about 6 per second, like little Nerf balls.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I was up here a while back, and Mischief is downstairs, and she's sitting in the room down there, right on the couch. And I don't have the Nerf gun on me. It's my truck. It's really unfortunate. So a while back, I had the Nerf gun. I opened the door, and I played a game of Ricochet, just seeing if I could catch her off guard. Would lean back, fire the Nerf gun down the hallway, and you hear her just scream with these Nerf balls firing down. The rain of Nerf. Life is too short. Have some fun.
Yeah.
It's a good way to live. Kayla, sending love and compassion to all that could use it. Thank you. Baby Steps 22. Dogs are pack animals, and Leo's a puppy that don't like to be separated from the pack. He needs company. Hi, Bri. We're trying to crate, and if he continues, we take him out, say, hey, we're still here, we're still good, but this is your safe place. You go and you rest. Bama Girl, 1955. My father-in-law helped build the Manhattan Project in Oak Ridge. Wow. My mother-in-law was one of the atomic girls in Oak Ridge. Oh my gosh, that's a cool story.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Elise is Charlene Fine Art. Rob, did you get my email about Leo's portrait? I didn't. I haven't got to check the email, but I'm making a note to do that now. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'd love to commission some work. I'm not going to let you do it for free. I'm going to pay for it. Zom, yeah, Rob, been missing your live stream for quite a bit. I'm on the rewatch. I will try my best to be here more. Thanks, Rob. Don't feel that way. Catch it when you can. Go about your Saturday. We talk a lot. Light Queen, you made a resin pen last night. I made resin light up dice last night. Awesome. Go make something. Feel better. Amy Miller, let me know if you want inflatable obstacle to go with the Nerf darts. Amy Miller sent a box of like 300 Nerf darts. So the chat is just as devious as the mischiefs, and they keep on keeping on. So I blame all of you for a lot of this stuff. Smurfana, IAC. Wait, hang on. IAC. Bri, translate. What does that mean?
Do not ask me. I'm not with the acronyms. I'm young. I'm not that young.
Please discuss why this is difficult and why it won't work for HDR on appeal since it keeps being mentioned. Are we talking about the issue of, I think it's the issue of the culpability or the jury instructions or the waiver issue. Let me talk about kind of all of them for a second. The waiver issue. Bri, why don't you hit the waiver issue?
Since he didn't object to it throughout the case, and I did not watch the gavel to gavel and the opening arguments, but based off of what I've seen, he didn't object to the jury instructions. This is what got approved. He didn't re-object before the jury went back into deliberation. So he basically waived the issue of the rule being written correctly. And let's not forget, he cited the rule and told them about how it didn't apply. So I think he just kind of came up with that the next day.
Yeah. And this is why the contemporaneous objection rule exists. The contemporaneous objection rule is that you have to give the trial court the opportunity to correct the error that you're objecting to. If you cannot give the trial court the opportunity to correct it, if you do not object and raise it to their attention, the trial court was never presented with the chance to correct something that you thought was objectionable. And therefore, the appellate court is not in a position where they can, absent even understanding whether the trial court would have done something one way or the other, they can't rule on this issue that was never raised at trial. So you lose that ability. That's the waiver issue. On the liability issue in the jury instruction, the jury instruction was fine. They argue over the jury instructions. They have a debate over it, but a lot of these are model instructions. They're not. States don't deviate from model instructions, because when you deviate from model instructions, you get appeals. From what I have seen, these were largely model instructions. That's why I think this appeal goes nowhere. I really think it goes nowhere. And the appellate record is such a mess, because here's how an appeal gets argued. I object to the introduction of this evidence. Judge says, I overrule the objection. The evidence comes in. Evidence comes in. You have preserved your objection. You appeal. Let me explain as best I can how this trial happened. I object to the evidence coming in. I withdraw the question. I rephrase the question. Rephrase question. I object to the evidence coming in. Fine, I'll move on. What can you appeal? There's nothing there. There's no trial court record. There's no record. There's no decision. So that was my issue with that. Devin, I guess I'm the new guy with only 12 months. My gosh, Devin. Devin, you're not new. You've been hanging out for a while. Lindsay, 18 months. My dude, you'll be at least 2 years here in a handful of weeks. Your channel anniversary is right before your birthday. Well, the fact that my birthday is coming up is depressing because it's the big 4-0. So I don't know. Okay, I'm going to save the rest, and I'm going to do this. Bri, I have been so rude, and I apologize for doing that, because you came in as I was doing a monologue, and I didn't have the opportunity to introduce you to the lovely 2,900 of you who are here. By the way, hit the like button. Very easy to do. Very easy to do. Just like button. And then there's one right next to it that says subscribe. And there's one next to it that says like the little bell that tells you when we're going live. So all three. Boom, boom, boom. Bri, who are you? What's the channel? What do you cover? And what do you practice?
Okay, I am Boss Attorney Bri. That is my name for my YouTube channel. I cover like celebrity lawsuits, trademark lawsuits, and just really whatever comes up that we're interested in. Hence why we were covering Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Although I do not do criminal, I still try to judge it on the internet, but I do not do criminal. In real life, I practice family law, so I deal with divorces, custody, domestic violence issues. So I do cover some of those cases on my channel, but those do not come up as often, which I think is a good thing. But mostly we just have fun on my channel. It gets a little spicy. Rob witnessed some of the spiciness and the anger towards Bowles last night. But my channel, in my opinion, is really fun. So if you're interested and, a light take on the cases that are going on in the world, please feel free to subscribe. I'm trying to grow my channel, so I would be happy to have you there.
And I want you guys to all do that. So here is Boss Attorney Bri's channel. Boss Up with Attorney Bri. By the way, the slogan's fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
I love the slogan.
I need to change my little banner thing, but I'll keep that.
I still think it's phenomenal.
Thank
Business
you.
and legal commentary. Right now, you do legal commentary.
Yes.
The business tips, we're going to keep off of that because, you got a working job.
Right.
Legal commentary live stream. So this is Boss Attorney Bri with all the lovely thumbnails and her chatting. And you guys can see that she is at 12,100 subscribers. The thing is about that number is there are 2,900 of you right here. If all of you were to go and, hit that little, and look, I'm subscribed. See that? When you hit the subscribe button, it does that. And it says subscribe. It's not hard. She doesn't stream all day, every day, so you don't get tons of notifications.
That's true.
She streams when she can, and she does a great job at covering a lot of cases that are really cool to cover. So please.
I actually try to stick to Tuesday and Thursday, and then sometimes we do a weekend member stream where people who are members of my channel get to come on the live stream and chat with me too.
I love it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to post a comment in the chat. I'm going to pin it because there's going to be another posted comment that I'm going to post in a little bit. That's for a dear friend of mine, Mr. Hoeg of Hoeg Law. And the mods can start posting the Hoeg Law link whenever they want. But what I'm going to do is post Bri's, if I can remember how to work the screen and all the things that come with this. My gosh, people think that this streaming stuff is easy.
Oh, man. And it's like, you feel like everyone's watching. I mean, everyone is watching you, but you feel like everyone's watching you when you're trying to get your stuff together.
Yeah, it is wild. So I pinned the link to Bri's channel at the top of the chat. So if you click at that link, you hit the little subscribe button. I think we can get her over 14,000 by the end of this stream. And I would love to see by the end of the weekend, when you guys catch up on replay, I would love to see her over 15,000. It is really hard to do this when you're working full time. It really is. And I have a tremendous appreciation. Bri, you've been practicing law for how long?
I'm in my 5th year.
Yeah. This is hard. I've got 10 years on Bri in trial practice. So it's one of those where the experience doesn't make you better, it doesn't make you wiser, but if you're in trial all the time, it makes you a little bit easier to pretend like the chaos isn't completely overwhelming.
Right.
I will tell you, this might appear completely normal. There's a whole lot of chaos under here. So please subscribe to these channels. Bri is going nowhere but up. She's doing great. And she's one of those people that covers cases in a very sympathetic way, remarkably respectful. The chat is awesome. So please go subscribe.
Thank you.
Yeah. You came on tonight. So thank you for joining me. It's my
I know
pleasure.
it's been a while.
Really has. Have you seen any of the swoops? You've seen one of the swoops.
Yeah, I haven't seen any new ones.
All right, old swoop, and then I'll show you the new one. Old swoop.
Okay.
That's the old swoop. That's the one you love, right?
Yes, yes.
New swoop. Which new swoop is probably like a year old.
That's cute.
Is a kitty.
Did you make yours or did you have someone make it for you?
I made mine. I am too ADHD and just get into like rabbit holes of trying to figure out how to do everything. So, you know, is jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah.
Did you know that wasn't the end of the phrase?
What's the rest?
Jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one.
That makes sense.
Pretty cool. Bri has a bot. Yes. Thank you, Kristen. Where's my Bri bot? There's my Bri bot.
I'm pink. I know I'm pink. Yeah. There I am. I'm on
You
the
have
jury.
You have the Maya Kowalski, this jury. You're on the jury. You got a jury badge and everything.
Thank you.
There, Bri has a bot. Bri hangs out in the jury box. So Bri is back here judging all of us. Mostly me.
So yeah, on my channel, we're the Bri Hive. So that's why there's the little bumblebee there.
I love it. Stop. That's so cute. I will not stop. All of the plushies, all the things, these are things that people make. It's really funny. There's other videos where I describe the origin of the unicorn of the channel. It just is what it is. So
Jimmy is my master mischief, but I'm not engaged to her, but she helps me backstage too.
Oh yeah. She's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You are married to Alpha, and he's a good dude, and probably one of the most impeccably dressed young men I've ever seen. I had the opportunity to meet him at Alita's wedding. He is a handsome dude. Bri, both of them caught each other. That was a catch on both sides.
Thank you.
Yep. So, all right. Now that we've said a lot of things that are really nice, we have to move to the next topic, which isn't as nice. So, Bri, have you had a case yet? And this is why I think Bri, this is why I actually thought Bri was perfect for tonight because you'll note the jurisdiction.
Oh, in
California.
California.
Yep. California. For those of you guys who missed it, Bri is a domestic relations attorney, family lawyer in California. So this is a complaint for the partition of real property by sale. Ariana Maddox versus Tom Sandoval. Who are these two people? Bri, did you used to watch Vanderpump at all?
Yes.
Please fill the chat in on what Vanderpump is. There's a lot of people who probably don't know it.
Okay, Vanderpump Rules is a reality TV show where it follows, or they're not servers anymore, but follows servers of a Real Housewives of Beverly Hills restaurant. And Thomas Sandoval, he was, I believe, an original cast member. Ariana came in a little later, but they basically got into a relationship and said they would never get married. So they were just kind of like long-term boyfriend and girlfriend, and they bought a house together. Now they're trying to divide that house because they broke up because Tom cheated.
I feel like you kind of buried the lead on the whole Tom cheated part.
Sorry.
Yes, he cheated. He did. But it is so much more crazy than that. Hang on. Where I want to share this part instead. Vanderpump Rules. Here's a cast photo. There's Lisa Vanderpump. So she owns the restaurants at issue and discussion. I have no idea what year this was taken. I don't really care. These are a lot of Bravo things. A lot of Bravo is just crazy. The individuals that we're discussing are Tom Sandoval, who's up here. Well, that's a zoom out. I didn't mean to do that. Tom Sandoval, I think it's that individual right there in the white with the top hat.
Yep, that's him.
And Ariana Maddox, which I don't know if I can identify in this photo. This is how I need an Emily. I need the people that are the Bravo folk, because I get so confused.
She may not be in this picture. Scroll to the left a little bit. Is that everybody in the frame?
Find a newer.
Because I feel like the blonde girl could be her, but she can also be someone else. They look alike.
She in this one? She's the blonde girl in this one. She's hugging on Tom.
Yes. That is Ariana.
Okay. Where is Raquel?
Raquel is not in this, or unless she has a different wig on, but it would be the one holding on to James Kennedy on the left, but I don't think that's her. It doesn't look like her to me.
Hang on, I gotta find this because this is relevant. You gotta see these pictures. I don't know why you gotta see the pictures, but you do.
You just gotta know what you're talking about.
Just gotta know what we're talking about. I think. Nope, Raquel's not in that one. I don't think that one has Kristen in it, and I don't know.
They all change their looks so often.
I know. It's really pretty wild. No, Raquel is.
No, that's an old photo. Raquel didn't make it into the show by then.
I'll find it, folks. I'm gonna get this because you got to know who these people are, because we're gonna have a lot of spicy commentary on the people and what they do. Did Raquel really change her look a whole lot? Because what I'm seeing on these new photos is, my gosh, this is a different person than I remember.
Yes. Well, her face to me hasn't changed that much, but her hairstyle is completely different. Her hairstyle makes her look older rather than the age that she is. Yeah, that's her.
There we go. It is better. So there are 3 individuals that are at issue in a lot of this litigation. Tom Sandoval, middle, with the creepy looking stash. I mean, really, I get the beard thing. And you know what? The photographer catching that angle and that side eye look that's a bad shot. Then you have Ariana, who, am I correct, is on the right, the blonde.
Yes.
Who is now literally like America's darling. And on the left, you have Raquel, or Rachel. Her legal name is Rachel. So, Ariana and Tom blonde and brunette male with the stash. It looks like he used to act in movies that were had to show an ID to get into in the 1970s. They bought a house together. They bought a house together before they were married. So we are now in the realm of domestic relations litigation. But we're not married yet. So we're in a relationship. We bought a house. We have property. We put money into the property. We own the property. Now we break up. What happens? This happens. So when you have two individuals that are in a relationship who buy property before marriage, you cannot divide it in a divorce. In a divorce, you have property distribution, equal division of property. You then have a whole ass trial over what you've done to contribute to the property. And then the court says we're either going to award it to one person, other person it sells, and how to divide the proceeds, right? But let's say that you haven't married. If you haven't married at that point in time, the only thing available to you is what's called an action in partition. It's a very unique cause of action. I've tried about 4 of them. One of them settled, so I don't know that I can call that a trial of the issue. But this is what a partition action looks like. It looks like this. Partition of real property by sale. So the property, plaintiff and defendant. So plaintiff is Ariana and Tom bought as joint tenants this certain property located in Los Angeles at this address. They're selling it, so just don't be an asshole in the interim. They bought the property as joint tenants. Now, this brings another point of question. Bri, if you'd like, there's different types of tenancies, different ways you can own property. Would you mind describing them? Like just basically?
I don't know all of them off the top of my head. I'm not in law school anymore.
You're muted. Yes, I'm not the only one that muted. Yes. Ha ha ha.
How
I
am I
win.
muted? Am
You're
I
still muted.
Am I muted now?
Did your mic disconnect? You guys, we are professionals. This is remarkable. This is making me laugh right now because I mute myself all the time and I am notorious for this.
Hello. Can you hear
Her
me?
mic probably disconnected. I don't have you muted background.
Can you hear me?
Wait, she's
No.
not muted? I'm muted. Oh, that's even worse. You can hear her? That means that my earbud dropped off and I've just embarrassed myself beyond belief. That is really embarrassing.
I'm like, no, it's saying my mic is working.
Wow, I really embarrassed myself because my earbud just completely dropped out. It was like you muted yourself, but I was dunking on a non-dunkable issue. For shame, Rob.
Trying to put strikes on the board.
Wow. No, that was bad. So I was talking and you were talking and they could hear all of that?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
What?
No.
Just
Can you hear me now? Oh.
Yes, I can hear you now.
I was-
No. Here's how you know that wasn't a bit. I know it wasn't a bit because Mischief dropped a chat in the private chat saying, nah, we can hear both of you. Bad Rob. Bad Rob. Oh my God. Everyone's laughing. It's great.
I'm glad it was me.
Good. This part makes me happy. Rob 0, Bri 1. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yes, you embarrass yourself, Rob. That's the answer. We always heard you, Bri and Rob. Yep. At least you didn't say anything incredibly stupid. You mean like Bri's muted?
It's okay. We're all professionals, you know. It's a
Oh my
live stream.
God.
Things happen.
I love life. It is so much fun. Oh, okay. That's gonna be fun. Someone's gonna clip that crap. Okay,
clip
Bri.
you?
Before I so rudely interrupted you when you were speaking coherently and I just couldn't hear you. What are the different types of tenancies that people can own property in?
I was saying I don't know all the tendencies off the top of my head. I mostly deal with marriages, and this is a completely separate area of a law than family law in California, at least. This is in the well, family law is civil court, but it's a completely different civil court than regular civil court. So,
Yeah. So there's basically 4 different tenancies. So 4 different things. One, you can own fee simple, just you by yourself. You own it by yourself outright. 2, you own it tenants in common, which is basically both of you own some divided interest in the property. Now I said divided interest in the property. Usually that's adjudicated by, you both put up 50% or one of you puts up 30%, the other one 70%. So when you put up that money, you both, in that instance, one of you owns 30%, the other owns 70%. Now with tenants in common, you can actually transfer your 70% of that property. The property is actually dividable. If you imagined a house that had 10 bedrooms, you could argue that in a tenants in common, 7 of those bedrooms are one person's property, 3 of those bedrooms are the other. The tenancy in common, you can actually argue over who has access to what part of the property. Then you get into what are called the joint tenancies. So when I said there were 4, there's a caveat on one of them. Joint tenancy by itself. So joint tenancy is literally that the 2 of you own the property as a whole. There is no divisible interest. It's not divided. You own the property as a whole. I have right to the entire house. You have right to the entire house. We own the entire house. As I own just as much as you do. My right is not superior to yours. It is, period. Then there's joint tenancy with the rights of survivorship, which basically says same thing, but if I die, you get it when I die. Under the other one, if I die and it's joint tenancy, but there's no rights of survivorship, it goes to my heirs, my interest in the property. So they now own half of, or the whole with you as my heirs. Then there's one unique area, which is tenancies by the entirety. It's the type of law that it's reserved only for people who are married when they make the purchase. And it's the same as joint tenants with rights of survivorship, where literally you both own the entire property as a whole. Like I own 100%, my spouse owns 100%. And you have to buy the property while you are married. And the caveat to that one is literally if one of your spouses, or if your spouse, or not one of your spouses, you're not going to have multiple in the US. If your spouse gets in trouble and gets in massive debt, the creditors cannot sue or attach a lien to the property that's owned in this fashion, tenants by the entirety. It protects the entire property. So it protects the marital asset from the misgivings of one spouse or the other. So when you get to this, what we're saying right now is they own this property as joint tenants. That's the description of the property. And the reason why this is important is they both own 100% of the property. So they're both entitled to 100% of that asset. So when you try to divide that asset, the presumption immediately goes to not some disproportionate share. It goes to a 50-50 division because you take 100%, and if 2 people are there, you divide it in half. So that's the premise that we're starting from. So property. I've been doing this law stuff for way too damn long. The fact that I can rattle that off is really annoying to me a little bit. Plaintiff is in California. Good. Defendant, California. Great. Defendant, bank. I don't know why they sued the bank, because the bank is a party in interest either way. Plaintiff doesn't know the names and capacities of those defendants sued as Does 1 through 50. I don't know why they included John Does on this. You include John Does when you have people that might show up claiming an interest in the property. This one seems pretty damn clear.
I can tell you why. Because Tom Sandoval tried to, I don't know if it actually went through, but he got a home equity, or I guess it will be through the same mortgage company.
That's the mortgage company. Yeah, that's
okay. It's the same one. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll be
But
quiet.
this one, like the John Does, suggests that there's someone else that's going to show up and be like, I own part of the property too. I'm not on the deed, but I own it. Like that's the John Does. Venue, great. Good. Awesome. We're California. As joint tenants of property, plaintiff is entitled to partition of the property. Partition. The 2 of you can't decide it. You don't want to own it anymore. And because both of you own 100%, tell me how that works. And you now have a disagreement. The judge has to decide what we're going to do with it. Are we going to sell it? Are we going to divide it? Is one of you going to take it? How are you going to handle it? Discord exists among the owners of the property. That's quite the opening statement. which has had and is continuing to have a negative effect on the ownership of the property and on plaintiff's enjoyment of her interest in the property. I want this dude out. I want the property sold. I have money in the property. Give me my money. Plaintiff requests that the property be partitioned by sale. Partitioned by sale of the property is more equitable than division in kind because, among other things, the nature of the property. Now, what's division in kind? Division in kind. You are literally saying, if you basically view all assets as a like a bushel of apples, right? You can divide those apples in kind. You take 3 apples, he takes 4 apples. Good, you go your separate way. When you talk about properties, if you have 2 properties, you keep that house, you keep that house, good, go your separate way. That's division in kind. When I made the comment about the tenants in common, let's say you own a duplex as tenants in common. The judge says, I've got a really cool idea. There's this cool wall that separates the 2 buildings. You get this half of the duplex, you get that half of the duplex, bye-bye. So when you can't do that, like I said, when you're joint tenants of a single house where you both own 100%, you can't really partition it in kind. I mean, imagine Ariana and Tom trying to stay in a house where it's like, I get the basement, you get the top, and no, you can't cross my line. If you cross that line, I'm going to, what's the Simpsons one where he does you walk towards me and do this, and the other, Lisa is doing the kick thing. I just aged the hell out of myself. Bri had no idea what I was doing there.
I just don't watch The Simpsons.
Oh, I am old.
Hope not to offend anyone.
Okay. But you can't divide this property in kind. It's a house.
Right.
There's no way a judge can say, Ariana, you get this room. Tom, you get that room. Behave. No. The nature of the property, a single family resident, renders division in kind impracticable. A division in kind would substantially diminish the value of each owner's interest. Yeah, you can't sell like a room in the house. And then 3, title issues render a division in kind virtually impossible. And 4, a division in kind cannot legally be accomplished under the facts and circumstances. So literally, Ariana files a lawsuit that is quite honestly 3 pages. It says, we have a house, there's money in it, we can't agree on it, sell it. Tom Sandoval files an answer. Defendant admits each and every allegation in paragraph 1. In answer to paragraph 2, defendant Tom lacks sufficient knowledge or information to admit or deny. Wait, hang on. What was paragraph 2? Paragraph 2 was you're gonna say you can't admit or deny that she lives in California.
She lives
Cool.
with you.
Really? Like this is wait. Like
The hill we're gonna die on.
this is it that hard? Or is this where we are in litigation right now? Like, I'm with Bri. Is this the hill you want to die on? Plaintiff is an individual residing in LA and is the record title owner of undivided interest in the property. In answer to that, I lack sufficient information or belief to admit or deny that she resides in California.
And remember that she's partial owner of the house. So he's saying she's not the owner of the house.
What the hell? Bri, if you wouldn't mind, can you continue reading? I have to go tend to an animal.
Oh, okay. So are we on number 3? Yes. Defendant admits the allegation contained in number 3. I cannot switch back and forth because I don't have that ability. Rob has the screen. In answer to paragraph number 4 of the complaint, defendant lacks sufficient information or belief or admit or deny or to admit or deny the defendant City National Bank is named therein as a nominal defendant and admits the remaining allegations contained in. So they basically have an issue with the bank being named. Number 5, defendant lacks sufficient information or belief to admit or deny allegations in paragraph 5 of the complaint, which I don't remember what that says because I cannot switch screens. So thanks, Rob. Defendant number 6, defendant admits the allegations contained in paragraph 6 of the complaint. Number 7, in answer to the allegation contained in paragraph 7, defendant admits that plaintiff and defendant are joint tenants in common in the subject real property and denies the remaining allegation contained in that paragraph. If I remember correctly, that's probably talking about whether they can divide the house for paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7. Paragraph 7 was As joint tenants, the plaintiff's entitled to partition.
Okay, so they basically denied being entitled to partition, but agreed that they're joint tenants.
So what's your solution? If you can't partition, your solution is nada?
Stay
Okay.
with me, Ariana. What's wrong with you? Why would you want to leave me?
Oh, I'm not sure. You know what? We haven't gotten second lawsuit yet. Oh my God.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was like, there's another lawsuit from them. I forgot about
Oh yeah, there's another lawsuit.
Yeah.
It's a lot worse. Like a lot worse. So, in answer, defendant admits property single-family residence. Fine, denies remaining. He owns an undivided half interest in the fee simple in the property, so he owns half of it. Is what he's saying, and he's entitled to an accounting and compensatory adjustments for expenditures. This is the part I wanted to talk about because this is different than family law. In family law cases, I don't know about California, but in Virginia, and Bri, you can correct me if California handles it differently. In Virginia, when we have a family law case that is arguing over the disposition of property, how to divide it, right? When it's a marital property in a marriage and the division of marital assets is equitable in nature, which means you are looking at fundamental fairness. You're looking at equitable relief. There's contractual and black and white letter law that is like, you did this and you get that. Contract says this, you get that. Then there's equitable, which says the contract might say this, but that's not fair, so we're going to actually do this. Okay. Marital is equitable. So in marital division of property, what we do is we get the opportunity to argue that, yes, one person paid the full balance of the mortgage. The other person raised the kids, and that is of equal value, right? So in marriages, we get to say, yes, they paid the mortgage, but I also paid his car bills, or I paid his credit card statements or his student loans. And the judge would say, cool. You both put up about 50% of your effort into the marriage. Therefore, I'm not going to give him more credit in the property of the house because that's your asset. No, the student loan payment isn't an asset, but that still is credit towards allowing the marriage to prosper. So now the property gets divided 50-50. How is partition different? Partition is just math. All of those other things about, you know, if Ariana paid his student loans, or if Ariana helped pay with the credit cards, or if Ariana helped with the vehicle expenses, those don't come into play here. So if Tom paid the mortgage and Tom made the improvements to the house with the respect to that property, then Tom gets the additional money out. And it might not seem fair, but I go back to what I said before. Marital property, equitable interests. Non-marital property and property that's by nature just a thing, like something you buy before you're married, no equitable interest. So yes, and then this point from John Smith, court may hire a forensic accountant to settle it. That's how these things happen. You get, both of you have accountants and you both present different arguments for what I contributed, what they contributed. I mean, Bri, that's my understanding from Virginia. Does California go beyond that in your experience?
No.
Or do you know?
Our California is a community property state. So as long as you're married, whatever you're paying into that asset is considered community property.
Marital.
You go to work and you earn $4,000. You take that $4,000 and you go ahead and buy yourself a sports car. And at the divorce, you say, no, this is my sports car because I bought it from my $4,000 check. California says, no, it's
Marital.
not your car. It's the marriage's car because you bought it from the community property money. As soon as you get married, every dime you make is considered money of the marriage. Every debt you make is considered money of the marriage. So if your significant or your husband likes to buy bowling balls every day, guess what? You're going to be paying for bowling balls. You get 50% of
Hang on. We're not going to fly past the fact that you chose bowling balls as the
I don't know.
as your example. Like Ian does some crazy hypotheticals, but
I don't know where that came from.
How, Bri? I have so many questions right now.
I have no idea.
How did
I
you
have
get to
no
bowling
answer.
balls? That was somewhere on the top of your head. How did you get to bowling balls?
It just came to me. I don't know. I don't know. I was like, I was
Have you
trying to
been-
think of something that was dumb that you wouldn't necessarily need to buy every day.
Bowling balls. You landed on bowling balls.
I don't buy bowling balls every day, so I've never bought a bowling ball before.
Have you bought a bowling ball ever? Have
No.
you ever bought a bowling? Do you know anyone who has bought a bowling ball?
No.
Do
I think my
are
grandpa
your
might have
friends
a bowling ball.
like? Are you in a bowling league? Do you know? Have you handled a divorce? I am so confused because that came out of nowhere.
It
You
also-
could have chosen. You could have chosen like
anything,
I don't know,
anything.
figurines or statues or something. Bowling balls.
I don't know where that came from. I I did go bowling like 2 weeks ago, so maybe I have a vengeance that I lost 2 rounds, but other than that,
see,
I don't know.
That's it. You lost.
I
Maybe
lost 2 rounds, but I won 1 round. But overall, I had more points, which is crazy. I don't know how that happened.
yeah. So bowling balls. Maybe you go out and buy all the bowling balls, and all the bowling balls, because you bought them with the marital money, are now marital property. So you have now a collection of marital bowling balls.
Yep.
You have a collection of shiny balls. That is your collection. That is your marriage. That's your marital collection. My God, I cannot believe we are here. And this isn't even the spicy lawsuit yet. We're talking about property.
We're
Bri
warming
is
it up
like
for the next
crying,
one.
laughing.
Because I don't know where it came from, and now I feel like I put myself on the spot. But
You
yeah,
guys, Bri goes quiet because she goes back and she hits a button that mutes her mic. I see her laughing. I see you laughing.
can you not hear me again?
Oh no, when you back up really
Oh.
far, like your mic
Okay.
gain is set perfectly. So when you're away from that thing laughing your ass off, we can't hear you laughing, but I can see you laughing and crying, laughing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll do a better example next time.
No, I need the bowling balls example is my new example for everything. I am now going to use that I will use that in trial. The next time I'm in trial, I
Yeah.
will use that. Defendants entitled to accounting and compensatory adjustments for expenditures in excess of defendant's fractional share for necessary repairs, improvements that enhance the value of the property, taxes, payments of principal and interest on the mortgage, insurance for the common benefit and protection of and preservation of the title, and bowling balls. I added that last part, but everything else. In addition, defendant owns a lien on the subject property for an outstanding loan of $90,000 to the plaintiff. So
Are you
there's
serious?
well, no, what he's saying is that the lender, one of the lenders on the property,
Okay.
has a lien that the plaintiff is obligated to repay.
Okay.
All right. So affirmative defenses, yada yada. A lot of these
I
are
thought that was
very
saying
mitigate.
he lended her 90,000.
No, he's saying defendant. He's saying one of the defendants owns a lien.
Oh, okay.
So
I
the
see.
lien owner is the mortgagor.
Oh, okay.
All these affirmative defenses, which, you know, if you're going to plead the mood. Sure. Here's what Tom Sandoval is asking: that no partition by sale of the property be had, and that plaintiff take nothing by her complaint. Let me tell you the odds of that happening.
Nothing? Seriously?
Yeah, solid nothing. In the event the court decrees a partition, which it will, the defendant receive an accounting and compensatory adjustments for expenditures in excess of the fractional share for necessary repairs, yada, yada. He's going to get that. He will. He might not be the greatest dude, but he's going to get that. 3, that this defendant's lien be paid before any partition of the subject real property be made. This is the part where I got pissed. He's saying that the equity I took out of the property, I am the only one on the property. I'm the only one on the loan. The equity and the lien I took out of the property, me signing that, not you, for my business, for my property that I get to keep, right? The loan, obviously, the loan came out to go and pay for something that Tom still has. He still owns it. I get to own that thing that I used the loan to pay for. But the house proceeds, you got to pay it all. Like, I get this out of the house proceeds. Yeah.
See how that's gonna play out if he's trying to get extra credit for paying more into the house, but have the debt taken out before they divide the half of the equity.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
I don't see that happening, but I
It's
also
not gonna
don't
happen.
practice it.
Nah. So that's this lawsuit, and he swore it, so that's his lovely signature. You know,
Tom.
oh Tom, oh Tom,
Like,
oh
I
Tom.
know he's an a-hole on the show, but this is absolutely ridiculous. And he's the one that cheated.
It's not as ridiculous as the next lawsuit.
Oh, I know. I haven't dove into that one, but I know a little bit about what's going on there.
Yeah, it's not pretty. It's really not pretty. Let's see if there's any on topic on this partition issue super chats, and then we'll get flying ahead. So, the next lawsuit, buckle up, buttercups. We're gonna have some thoughts, probably a lot of them. So, it is what it is. Lindsay adding that it looks like someone is creeping up on almost 10 million views on his almost 2-year-old channel. My God, I didn't even realize that.
Wow, congrats.
Thank you. Megan Brogdon, is all that cause for ineffective assistant counsel? Nope. The Supreme Court of the United States has basically said you can have an attorney who is drunk sleeping at counsel's table, but if they object from time to time, they are effective assistants of counsel. The bar for having someone disqualified as ineffective assistance is shockingly high. K-Rab, Leo is more likely to settle in his crate if he is in the same room where either you or mischief manager are. We do that from time to time. Right now, we have schedules where right now I'm talking, right? If I'm here and I'm talking out loud and he's in the crate right there, let me give you the odds of him settling. None. Grace Cat Queen, Rob, 40 is the first year of the 5th decade, right? Just thought you'd like to know. I love it. That's great. It's phenomenal. Tisha, I'm also turning 40 in May. It's fine. Question mark. It's going to be great. Life is phenomenal, people. Rosebud, thank you for the gifted memberships. Ryan Mail YYC, thank you for the gifted memberships. Tracy Fagan, why did it feel like the prosecutor was doing 2 directs? Because she was. It was a really good style. She held a lot in the bag for redirect, knowing that she got the last word.
Mm-hmm.
Calypson's Vixen, thankfully, YouTube gifted me such great friends. Calypson, I have really enjoyed getting to know you over the past year. So thank you for being here. Kenny Moo, did you make Mike a 200K plaque? I didn't know Mike hit 200K. Law Talk with Mike. Phenomenal. You know what? Get Bri to 50. Get Bri to 50. Let's do that. That's my new goal.
We'll work on it.
Smurf Anna, motion for Leo Swoop. Oh, yeah, Leo Swoop. Ryanman YYC, vote Hoeg for the stroke hero. Yes, that actually is a great opportunity to pull this up. Phenomenal opportunity to pull this up. You've had the chance to meet Rick Hoeg, right? On streams.
Oh, yeah. No, I met Hoeg. I'm sorry. I zoned out. I was reading Runkle's chat. Sorry.
Well, don't do that. That's a bad idea. It's a terrible idea. Anything Ian says is outright lies.
He's
It
actually
is defamatory.
supporting you. He's supporting
What is he
you.
doing? He is?
He said if
Oh,
he pops
okay.
on now, you'll get a strike. So he's not going to do that to you.
I take it all back. Ian is not that. Ian is a good person. And Ian's out with Mrs. Runkle this evening. Like, honestly, I love seeing them hang out together. It's really one of the cutest things in the world. Their dynamic is so freaking fun to watch.
Yeah.
So, like my mischief manager is, how do I say this respectfully? Mrs. Runkle has a way of navigating Ian's eccentricities that is probably unmatched in any human I've ever encountered. Like, there could be no other person more appropriately made by their own experience and their own background than Mrs. Runkle as it applies to Ian Runkle.
Mhm.
Like all the eccentricities, it fits. And it's so cool to see, and being around it is really cool. Really cool. So voting Hoeg. So why are we talking about Rick Hoeg? For those of you who don't know, a very, very dear friend of mine, Rick Hoeg, had a stroke. A stroke last year on December 30th, I believe. I got a phone call from Mrs. Hoeg, and it was not a good phone call, and it was a lot that we dealt with after that. Well, Rick decided that he was going to take the whole stroke thing and literally just every doctor's metric, every anticipation as far as how quickly one would respond to or recover from, if they are capable of doing so, was just out the window. I mean, the man just was like, I am going to just speed run. And recovered from his stroke. But that wasn't enough. What he then decided to do was do a whole series on his channel. And look at this, Rick, who wears a hat in almost every video, wore a hat in almost every video prior to his stroke, takes this photo, puts it on the screen, and that is his thumbnail, folks. You want to talk about putting yourself out there? Live streaming is really hard. And it's nerve-wracking. Like my face is out here on YouTube. It's there forever. People comment, or people come up to me and they say, I saw you. It's a weird thing. So when you're on your thumbnail, people are like, oh, I know this guy. Rick took his surgery scars, and that's his thumbnail. And he did a multi-part explanation of his entire story having gone through the stroke. Not for money, not because it got a whole lot of views, which it should, but because he wanted to both explain how it got there in his life, explain how one would identify whether they were or were not having something that should be checked out. And I know for a fact that at least 2 people in my life who have watched those videos and seen Rick Hoeg and know that experience have gone to the hospital because of that knowledge and gotten checked. So he explained what led to it, how it was caught, and he went even further and talked about the rehab, his physical therapist, the occupational therapist, the speech therapist, the outpatient therapy, the interview with the brain surgeon. And then that wasn't enough. He did a charity stream raising money for the hospital that treated him. A lot of people that I've run across that are really, really, really amazing souls. He's in my top 5. And I'm including my dad in that list, my late father. So he did that with his experience. And because of that, his lovely wife, that's one of the funniest parts about it. Mrs. Hoeg is there the entire time. She goes behind his back, which I love, goes behind his back, unbeknownst to him, and finds this, where the American Stroke Association has this competition of Stroke Hero Awards, honoring individuals and groups in the stroke community who have shown resilience and outstanding progress. By the way, Rick live streams now. He live streams. That stroke was going on, I want to say 14 months ago. He handles chat questions and pulls all the tabs and handles those questions on the fly, discussing legal commentary analysis. So Rick is up for this award. Oh, and that sucks. Of course, they put this lovely, cute angel next to him. Rick, that's a tough draw, my friend. That's a tough draw. How do you? I'm going to ask you to do it anyways.
We'll still vote.
I want to ask you to do it anyways. You know what? Here's what you do. Here's how you make yourself feel better. You cast 1 vote for Adela. You cast 2 votes for Rick. Now you have voted for Adela. You have voted for Adela. You don't have to feel guilty for not voting for this angel that is seated right next to Richard Hoeg. But you go to this website and you cast the votes. Let's get Adela's votes up a little bit higher, guys. Like 100. Come on, we can do more. Hey, you know what? Honestly, I want to see more votes for all of these people. I really do. Every single person that's been nominated for this award has survived a stroke, recovered from a stroke, and is living in the aftermath of that stroke. The fact that this is 45 votes, that's laughable. I want to see those numbers go up by hundreds. Every one of them, the doctor that treats it, the center that treats it, every person who survived it, the family that went along with it. So I am posting the link in the chat. I'm going to pin it, and it's going to be in the description after the video has aired. Go vote. I don't wish medical malady upon any human being ever. But Rick Hoeg is probably one of the, he took that circumstance and really just, he took it as an opportunity to help save a lot of lives, bring a lot of money to a good cause. Yeah. So please go vote. Please go do that. I want to inject some positivity before we went to something negative. I felt like that was appropriate. Bree is looking at Bree's voting right now. That's what Bree's doing. Bree's
I'm voting. Sorry.
I knew it. I saw her eyes looking at the screen. She's voting right now. She's voting. Yes. Yep. Bree's voting while she's doing that. Catch up on the rest of these. That link to check out Rick, that's at the top of the chat. So please go check that out. Bop It, loving the FNF. Can't believe it's been this long. 18 months. Bop It. Love seeing you and the boopable snoot. Kristen M96. LNL's 2-year anniversary is in May, isn't it? I think it's actually in April. RS Dog Daycare works well. It does. Bell Curve Killer. Thank you for the memberships. Henna House Bath Company surgery went well last week. Healing nicely. Cheers to a successful surgery.
Yes.
Heal up, rest. Your body cannot recover when it's not resting. Froggy Girl, we need to summon EDB for this one. She's packing. She has a very early morning flight. EDB does not do early mornings for anything. So yeah. Celine, try to take my job. I think that was on a reminder thing, but either way. Valkus, time to throw one of those crocheted F-bombs I sent you, Rob. Where are they? I've got a couple. Hang on. Bri, have you seen my crocheted F-bombs?
No, I have not. You have all the cool gadgets going on back there.
No, I am just an adult child. I have a crocheted literal F-bomb. So when I don't feel like crocheting profusely, I can just toss one of these.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, like I said, I'm an adult child. I really am. Canonical Heat, thank you for the gifted memberships. Canonical Heat, thank you for the very kind super chat. Late but here. It's been a day. It's been a day. It's been a day. It's been a week. It's been a month. It's been a year. It's been a few years. Honestly, it's March 8th of 2024, and it feels like it's March 8th of 2021. So, Canonical Heat, thank you. YouTube things, please do the things. Press like, subscribe, and the cute little bell is good luck. And do that not just for this channel, but for Boss Atorney Bri as well. Please go do that. Appreciate the mods. Better luck yet. Yes. Thank you, Canonical Heat, for all the support you give the channel. K-Rab, John Doe, BUs, he borrowed 90K against it. No. Oh, you know what? Someone might know. The bank is the only one that has the lien. Yeah, and the bank is the only one that has the lien. So the bank's the only one there. Beck Edwards just started watching. Thanks, Rob, from Austin, Australia. Awesome. Australia. Love Australia. I went there once. I didn't want to go back. Leandra, 017 today. Secret McSquirrel, Captain Corey, go make something. Team Leo, how's mom? FNF, hashtag best mods ever. Woof. That's a whole lot of hashtags, Leandra.
Yeah.
That's a lot. So Squirrel is sitting up there, carved happily and hanging out and looking out for all of us. We've got Captain Corey, who's, again, the remnants of him are everywhere. Team Leo, well, Team Leo is frustrating. Go make something. I say that to everybody all the time. Yeah, 20th Century Fox. Leo has a nice bark. Oh, it's sure. Do you want to borrow him for a little bit? Elliot JN, I see it in the background. HGR, to be an armorer equals like pledge to ensure safety, betraying profession. They trusted her not enough, in my opinion. SB years, attitude on set and interview. Andrea Oliver, 40 was fun, turned 50 this January.
It's not that bad.
You know what? I'm going to let him explain this. I'm going to let him explain this. Ian, explain yourself. The member chat, get wrecked, you small, cute child. I'm voting for Rick.
I'm standing behind Rick.
Ian, wrong call. I love that I saved this just for this moment. Like and the laughing right now, like I know, yeah, you proud of yourself? A little bit. You having fun?
I'm here a little bit early for the meetup, so I thought I should pop in after causing some trouble.
You should. I'm glad that you jumped on though. How you doing?
Oh, doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I heard you did some things that made me envious today.
I can't give too many details, unfortunately, but yes.
I hate you. I don't, but I kind of do. So
I'll tell the story at some later point, but yes.
Okay. So where's the meetup?
It is at the craft beer market here in Vancouver, and set to start at 8, so 15 minutes. I'm not too early.
That's not bad.
Yeah. And going until I guess people get tired of me.
For all of Ian's ADHD, the one thing he is a stickler about time. And to see his level of anxiety when we have to be at a place, right? So the Gundies, where I think we talked about this before. Ian and I went to the Gundies. He was up for that award, and I went with him. Remember?
Yep.
Unmute. We have to be at this function. The function says, it starts at 7. Open bar starts at 7. Show doesn't start for like 2 hours more. What is your mind, California girl? What does your mind tell you as the appropriate time to arrive at a function that says red carpet starts at 7?
I like to be on time, so I would probably.
Oh my God.
I get a really bad anxiety.
Well,
if I'm late for anything, and then I get there and no one's there, and it's like, oh, I could have waited.
This is my fortune. This is my fate. This is how life exists. Because Ian is the same way. Ian sees red carpet starts at 7, and Ian's like, we have to be there at 6:45. Ian, no one's going to be there at 6:45. But we should.
We were there.
So, well, I'm sitting here getting ready at like 6:30, and Ian's looking at his watch. Why are you looking at your watch? It's 6:30. It's down the hall. Well, it says 7 o'clock. I want to be there on time. Ian at 6:30. Now, granted, this is coming from the person who's late to his own streams all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say my streams start on time.
They do every time. I don't know how you do it.
I'm always upset when I start like 30 seconds late.
I'm happy if I can hit that 30-minute window. I really am. I'm pleased. Bri, you were late this week. Don't you give me that look. You were late to your own stream this week. Oh, now you're actually muted. Yes. Darn it. I didn't mean to be that excited. Ian, were you watching when I thought she was muted and instead my earbud just stopped transmitting?
No, but I did hear some rumors that you might have my client falsely imprisoned, and you will be getting a writ of habeas corpus.
Produce the body. The body's right there. It's still alive. It's still moving. It's still barking.
But it's
You wanna
also
come
to
collect it?
challenge an unlawful detention. You know that.
You want to come collect it? Collect the client.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
I figured
here's-
Leo would probably get along pretty well with Zora and Potter.
Oh.
The amount of chaos that would entail is not
that I
trivial.
can no. I am not putting Leo in the same room as Zora, who is eating Ethernet cables, and no, Leo swallowed a sock. He swallowed a full sock, and Ian's off. All right, Ian's off camera. And I love that his freaking avatar is a chili pepper. Oh, son of a bee. Oh, it's good. He's gonna be the enemy. Oh. Sandy, you've got such a great heart, Rob. Oh, thank you. I try my very best. And honestly, it's that heart is bolstered by the people I surround myself with, which includes Boss Atorney Bri, who's one of the kindest people I've ever known, and Ian Runkle, who's the same.
And I should probably bid you adieu for at least a little bit. I might try to pop on while the chaos is ongoing. But people are starting to arrive, and they're starting to come up and say hello, and I'm like, now's not the
Don't look. You turn around and be like, say hi to Rob.
I thought about it,
No,
and I was
don't
like,
do that. Don't
maybe
do
I
it.
should get permission first.
Nope,
So-
permission is always first. Always. We're going to talk about another lawsuit where permission was not had, and it's problems.
Uh-oh. Well, I'm going to let you go for now, but thank you for letting me pop on, and vote Rick. Not small, cute child. Vote Rick.
Child.
Bye, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Vote Rick, not small, cute child. Vote Rick. K-Rab had strokes 1220 and 121, was with left side weakness and limited mobility, was very surprised at the speed of his recovery. It was remarkable. I knew the symptoms got care quickly, but many don't. Quick care is critical.
Yeah.
You guys, if you have not listened to that series that he does on the stroke, Mrs. Hoeg walks into the room, and he's just laying down. Like he's sleeping, like just laying down in the room. And she tries to wakes him up, and he doesn't realize how he got there. And she, God bless, immediately called 911. Was like, no, paramedics, here we go. Call 911. Don't play around with this stuff. Life's too important. So go watch that series. It's really, really important. Crispy Cookie, absolutely loving Bri's participation. Me too.
Thanks.
She's so much fun. And her laugh is remarkably infectious. And the bowling balls. Well,
I thought we let that go.
no, that is never Bri. I am never letting that go ever till the end of time. Bowling balls, I will just pop into your chat randomly and super chat you just bowling balls.
I set myself up for failure. I understand that.
Nope, that's called a different type of success. Please have her on regularly. Happy International Women's Day. I didn't even know that was a day. Happy International Women's Day. I don't know any of the days. I don't know Men's Day, Women's Day. I am inept as far as any calendar is concerned. I celebrate all people every day.
Yeah.
So happy International Women's Day to all the ladies out there. I would say don't do the things you usually do. Pick up after the kids, the husband, do any of the other stuff. Don't do that. But even if I were to tell you to do that, a lot of you rock stars would still do it. And
True.
if I told you to rest and relax, you would not do that either. So, because all of you are badasses and I don't know how you do what you do. So, happy International Women's Day to the people who never stop working. Smurfana, Adela is not far from me. Mile or so. Stroke in infancy after heart surgery. Wow. Receiving therapy for epilepsy and right side hemiplegia. Incredible. Like I said, all those people deserve more votes. I am dismayed that there are only a couple hundred votes for people. Go vote for all of them. Go read their stories. Please do that. That would be the big favor to me. Go read all of their stories Vote for every single one of them. Rick's already ahead by leaps and miles. I want him to win, but I want you guys to see the stories first. Debbie W. Hi, waves from 2 hours or so south of Vancouver. There you go, Debbie. Lady Drake, my showtime rule. Military 15 minutes early, always. If you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. If you're late, better not show up. Well, I don't know what Bohica is, but better not show up is how I always heard it. But I imagine there's a profanity in there, which I probably won't say. Chrissy Lee, this is not from me, I'm sure. Beatrice says hi to everyone, but it went by too fast. Hi, Beatrice. Hi, Chrissy. Will the real Ray E please stand up? Excuse me, Judge A, in addition to SMJ, have you considered the bowling balls? Yeah, no, I'm not going to. Well, I'll use it in court if I'm giving let's say I have a basket of bowling balls. We're going to give 5 to this person, 4 to this person.
Yeah.
Bell Curve Killer, Hogan's Heroes. I voted. Phenomenal. Cindy Collins, have fun, Ian. Visit NL sometime. Not now, though. There's currently 60 plus centimeters of snow that has fallen in the past 24 hours until tomorrow. My gosh. T-minus 70 minutes. I'm getting a reminder from my fiance that I have a clock that's running against me to get through topics. Morgan, I may possibly have refused to go to the ER for almost 24 hours after getting hit with a massive saddle. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Lady Drake, Bohica, bend over here. Oh my God. That was said out loud. Bend over here. It comes again. And it was echoed by Crazy Cat Queen. You know, you learn something every day. And sometimes you didn't need to know it, but now you do.
Well, one had a different last word. Crazy Cat Queen says a-hole at the end, and the Lady Drakeness says again as the last word.
Hang on. My AirPods just disconnected again. I'm calling it this time.
You got to get the ones that plug in.
Hang on, Bri. Give me 1 second. Because I can't hear you, because that's on me.
Yeah.
And I recognize it's on me this time. Because my AirPods are just, they are, I mean, Leo is more behaved than my technology right now, which is saying something. And that's a problem. So I will continue to talk to what I am hearing as it's clearly not just myself.
So I have a
Bri,
wire.
can I hear you now?
Can you hear me?
I give up on life. No, I don't. I don't give up on life. I always will have room for life and all of the above. But I'm going to do this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to switch the audio input because I have these lovely cable things that are really annoying.
Gotta kick it old school.
And I apologize to everyone for doing this and talking my way through it because I can't hear myself talk. So, you know, why not? Sure. That's really annoying and probably annoying to everyone watching. So I apologize to you for the remarkably terrible intrusion and unprofessionalism that's being exhibited right now as I continue to speak through that unprofessionalism, because that's what I do when I'm awkward and anxious. I speak. I don't know. It's a defense mechanism. Don't judge me, folks. That's how it works. Some of us talk about, I know I'm not muted. I understand that. Got to figure out how these work again because, you know, haven't had to use cabled things in a long time. Cabled thing meet ear. Ear meet cabled thing. Now, let's see if we can't switch the audio over so I can actually hear what's happening on the audio. Trying. No, that doesn't work. You know what? This is going to be really, really, really annoying, folks. I'm going to be very upset at some point in time if none of this works, because that's going to really agitate me.
I can't ask questions. You can't hear still?
Try this one more time. One more time. One more time. Gonna celebrate one more time. You know what? sometimes you have a week and then you have a real week, and it's like, this wasn't a week. We're not going to give you the real week. We're going to give you like one of these torture weeks.
Are you able to hear now or no? I'm gonna take that as a no.
Trying my last ditch effort, which is to basically try and go to my actual speakers, which who knows how that's going to work out.
Might make it.
I'm
echo.
sorry, I'm just on the screen right now. And I am target screen because I know that you're probably looking directly at me. But I have
Now your voice is going in and out.
I hear that.
I can hear you, but it's kind of going in and out.
I know. So I hear you now.
Okay.
Well, that's really annoying. So we're now back to just standard speakers. You know what? The classics will somehow get us through.
Kick it old school. That's why I do the wire ones.
You know what? That's how we do it. So, you know, I'm Bri. If you want professional streaming, boss attorney Bri. That is where you're going to get professional streaming. If you want the chaos that exists when I talk to myself randomly at a screen while I try to figure out why I can't hear the person I'm sharing the screen with, then you come here and hang out. Because, oh, baby. Well, on that positive note, why don't we talk about a really, really bad lawsuit?
Yes.
Rachel Leviss versus Tom Sandoval and Ariana Maddox. Side note, this lawsuit is going to give a lot of people opinions, and people are saying I didn't swoop. I apologize. I forgot to swoop. Hang on. New swoop. A lot of people are going to have a lot of opinions on this lawsuit. So, eavesdropping, revenge, we're going to call it corn for today. Invasion of privacy and intentional infliction of emotional distress. I know that calling it corn is the easy way out because you don't want to say the words like out loud because YouTube has opinions on that. But I don't have the same advertising connections that Emily does, so we're going to call it corn. The lawsuit is as follows. So, Bri, before we get into the substance of the lawsuit, have you been following any of this?
I saw the article. I have not read into it, but I can imagine what's going to come out.
Yeah. So plaintiff Rachel Leviss, by and through counsel, complains against defendants Thomas Sandoval and Ariana Maddox. Basically, the individuals that we had pulled up on screen previously.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Hang on. Wanted to try and one more try of fixing. Now we give them fixing right. So plaintiff Rachel Leviss is a former cast member on Vanderpump Rules, a reality television show by Evolution Media and broadcast by Bravo Media, an asset of NBC Universal. So they're
You're muted. You're muted. There you are.
because I was asking you while on mute and realized after the fact, like I asked you, Bri, would you mind reading while I scroll and try to fix the sound issue? But I realized halfway through asking you that I was muted and that you could not hear anything I was saying.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah. Would you mind?
No, I can go ahead. You just want me to read through?
Yep, and I'll scroll and try to fix it.
Okay, sounds good. So this case arises from a scandal of epic proportions starting in March 2023, stemming from an affair between Levis and another cast member, Tom Sandoval. They're calling it Scandoval, like it's a scandal, as it came to be known, went instantly viral, and was the subject of extraordinary press coverage, even in the mainstream media. Scandoval injected new life into a previously faltering series, causing its viewership to explode to unseen levels and making its cast members mega celebrities due to a narrative deliberately fomented by Bravo, Evolution, and the cast. Levis became an object of public scorn and ridicule, as if she was not participating in the cheating. Okay. To be clear, Levis has repeatedly acknowledged that her actions were morally objectionable and hurtful to Maddox. She has offered numerous apologies. There is more to the story. However, lost in the mix was Levis was a victim of the predatory and dishonest behavior of an older man who recorded sexually explicit videos of her without her knowledge or consent, which were then distributed, disseminated, and discussed publicly by a second woman seeking vengeance, catalyzing the scandal. Levis ultimately checked herself into a mental health facility and remained there for 3 months while Bravo, Evolution, and the cast milked the interest. Her excoriation had pecked. To make matters worse, Levis was misled by Bravo and Evolution into believing that she was contractually barred from speaking out about her mistreatment. As a result, she suffered in silence as Bravo and Evolution watched viewership explode, and the rest of the cast enjoyed unseen levels of public recognition and professional opportunity. Meanwhile, Levis, who was humiliated and villainized for public consumption, remains a shell of her former self, with her career prospects stunted and her reputation in tatters. Having taken the time necessary to heal mentally and emotionally, Levis brings this action at long last to attain a measure of justice that has so far eluded her. So, makes sense. But now she's playing the victim as far as getting with Tom Sandoval. Did you want to go through the parties as well, Rob, or are you only wanting to do the fun stuff? So they got some John Does in there, 1 through 50 again. All right. General allegations. The hostile and unsafe working environment on Vanderpump Rules. This case centers on Vanderpump Rules, a reality television series that premiered on Bravo in 2013. The series revolves around the staff at Lisa Vanderpump's restaurant in West Hollywood, Sir Restaurant and Lounge, and Pump Restaurant, and Tom Tom Restaurant and Bar. Vanderpump, a British restaurateur and former Real Housewives of Beverly Hills cast member, is the central figure of the series, which focuses on her employees' drama-filled personal and professional lives. The show has aired continuously for over a decade, and its 11th season premiered on January 30th, 2024.
Bri, this is your channel now. You now own the channel. Can we hear me? And can I hear everybody? I can hear people.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. It was
You're
very
welcome.
very kind of you.
Thanks.
It's been a day. I have a stress hawk.
Yeah, I see.
We're going to leave the stress hawk. Levis was a cast member on Vanderpump Rules from 2016 to 2023. Rachel made her first appearance on the show as the girlfriend of cast member James Kennedy. It was kind of strange that all of the shade and dirt gets thrown here. A DJ prone to violent outbursts and grappling with long-standing substance abuse issues and emotional dysregulation. Well, that's covered by litigation privilege because that's a whole lot of shade. Kennedy would regularly berate Levis, falsely accuse her of cheating and act,
Oh, there's more to the James Kennedy. There's a reason why she's throwing shade at James.
I believe it. And we get to it towards the end of the lawsuit, but falsely accused her of cheating. If I am Raquel's attorney or Rachel's attorney, we're gonna call her Rachel. If I'm her attorney, maybe that is one line I leave out. Just saying.
Right.
And act in a generally unhinged manner. Well, I didn't observe that. I am just going to take a lot of this for what it is. I know
he's
these
unhinged.
folks. Well, all these folks are on. I've seen some of these episodes. Everyone's sleeping with each other. Everyone's sleeping with each other.
Mhm.
They're all screaming at each other. There's massive amounts of alcohol in use, and it's a powder keg.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Kennedy would regularly berate Levis, falsely accusing her of cheating and acting in a general unhinged manner. Some of this was captured on camera, some was not. Levis eventually warned Kennedy that she would leave him if he did not stop drinking. However, she soon learned that his despicable behavior was not solely a function of alcohol abuse. At Thanksgiving, this is a lot. Like,
Mhm.
this is a lot in a lawsuit that's about
He's not
Ariana
even
and
being sued.
Tom.
Yeah. He's not even being sued here.
He's not a part of this, but we're talking about Thanksgiving. At Thanksgiving with Levis's family in Arizona, Kennedy erupted at Levis's mother and father and kicked her family dog 4 times in holy crap, in an
Right.
uncontrollable rage. In 2021, Levis ended their relationship and broke off their engagement. Kennedy's history of violent and dangerous behavior was well known by Bravo, Evolution, and the cast, who are not defendants here. Kennedy once physically assaulted then cast member Kristen I forget how Doty, whatever, on camera, and the footage, however, was never aired. Well, that's interesting. Does Bravo have the footage? Because that's a subpoena away. Nor has Kennedy faced any repercussions for his actions, which would otherwise be fireable at a minimum, due in part to the intervention of his powerful ally, Lisa Vanderpump, who was served as his protector. This is throwing.
Wow.
This is a grenade.
For sure.
In 2021, after 3 seasons as a recurring character, Rachel was cast as a lead. At the same time, however, Rachel was in a vulnerable state due to the breakdown of her engagement with Kennedy. That might explain why she was saying the early stuff earlier, which was catalyzed by his chronic substance abuse, emotional instability, and controlling behavior. Just a whole lot of shade.
To the next control. Okay. Because Tom controlled James. So why would you go to his master?
Well, while she had previously moderated her alcohol intake because of Kennedy's heavy drinking, Levis began drinking more heavily in the aftermath of their breakup. Well,
She was already kind of drinking a lot before that, but we'll go with that.
Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. This is a lot. This is a lot that is not relevant for
what we're talking about. Is she trying to like build up to bullying of her?
But that's not the defendants at issue here.
No.
So, okay. Levis began drinking much more heavily in the aftermath of the breakup. Levis was encouraged to do so by production and Sandoval. Now, I've heard production did put alcohol in their presence at every occasion.
Yeah, that's reality TV.
Yeah. Who believed it would make for better television and readily provided alcohol for her consumption. And others, by the way. By season 10, Kennedy had resumed drinking again and picked up a new girlfriend weeks after his breakup with Levis. All of this caused untold harm to Levis's mental health, inducing her to drink more and leaving her vulnerable to what followed.
Okay, I see. She's trying to show that she was vulnerable and took advantage.
There's a whole lot of personal accountability that's just left out of these sentences. Like a lot. I'm sympathetic to a lot of this argument, and I've seen it, and you have too. In domestic relations litigation, we see it all the time.
Yeah.
But there is one side, there's the other side, and then there's this middle ground, which usually the truth will find in there.
Right.
Levis began confiding in Tom Sandoval. Oh, there's Tom, a former bartender at Sir and a cast member since the show's first season. Sandoval had been in a relationship with another cast member, Ariana Madix, since 2014. Imbibed and emotionally raw. Oh, there we go. Levis began to rely heavily on Sandoval for emotional support. Okay. Sandoval, in turn, began confiding in Levis about the dire state of his relationship, describing it as a business partnership and casting its end as foregone. Notwithstanding, Maddox and Sandoval had been living together in Valley Village, Los Angeles. On or about August 10th of 2022, Levis and Sandoval began sleeping together. Well, that's a specific date. It's a very specific date. The affair continued apace as Sandoval's relationship with Maddox further deteriorated. Although purportedly secret, the affair was, in fact, well known to many cast members and suspected by others. Why does that make it better? Why does that just... Levis and Sandoval were not particularly discreet. This is her complaint against Ariana. And so every reference to Levis is, in fact, should be an I. It's like referring to me in the third person.
Yeah.
Like Rob and Bri were not particularly discreet in their commentary of the lawsuit. I'm Rob.
I think because at least in California, I don't know if this is everywhere, but it's the attorney writing it. So they're speaking for their client.
Yeah, I get it. It feels really awkward.
But they didn't do that in the other lawsuit. I know I do that only for certain motions. I do that for certain motions, but like declarations, of course, is I. So
yeah, right. We just covered the previous lawsuit, and it was very much personal.
Yeah.
Levis is informed and believes, on such information and belief, alleges that Maddox knew about it as early as fall of 22. Indeed, in December of 2022, Maddox scolded Levis and Sandoval for being handsy in public, admonishing them to save the story for season 11. Well, that's interesting. At the time, Vanderpump Rules was facing an uncertain future. Oh, it's for the ratings. Interest among the public had waned and the plot had grown stale. Oh, no, you're not about to do what I think you're going to do. You are not about to say this.
I did stop watching it too, so I can understand that.
You are not about to say that this conduct was, I mean, they're implying it was orchestrated.
Right.
Maddox in particular was reportedly on the chopping block. Wait, footnote. Ooh, I love footnotes. Hang on, footnote. Reality blurb.
Link.
What's the headline? Load. Report. Ariana Maddox was on chopping block on Vanderpump Rules before Scandoval, as she's forced to stay home with Sandoval for another 4 months, plus why they live together. Side note, I'm pulling this up because this is like, you want to talk about someone who's feeling themselves. That dress, excuse me, ma'am. Mischief, I have something we need to order. It might be a dress. No? Yes, please? So, anyways, the article goes on to say Ariana Maddox was allegedly on chopping block with Vanderpump Rules before breaking Scandoval. Nearly a year after catching Tom Sandoval, 41, cheating on her with Raquel. That's going to confuse the hell out of me. Raquel, why?
Tom is older than you.
Oh, he is. Oh, I got one up on him. There we go. I got a year. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize the age difference between these two was that significant. Like look, age is a number. Find you're happy where you find you happy. But I always thought they were about the same age. Okay. Ariana was on the chopping block. A source told the U.S. Sun on January 26th, producers were like, we've had it with her. She was boring, and they believe she didn't bring anything to the table.
It's kind of boring. She never really has a storyline.
She didn't have much going on at the time, and she was on the show for so long because she was dating Tom.
Agreed. But she was boring when she started, so I don't know why they thought all of a sudden she was going to become interesting.
But it didn't. I always got the impression, and now this is me completely self-snitching. I watched Vanderpump like for the first like 3 seasons. Like
Okay.
I was compelled by a relationship I had at the time to watch this show. Yeah. Well, there's only so much you can watch people throw drinks in each other's face
Yeah.
and sleep with each other. And then you see Ariana and you're like, I get it, girl. Like I completely get, I'm not going to give you shit. Like I'm not giving you my emotion. This is ridiculous. Y'all are fame seekers. Like I'm just going to sit here. Call me boring. Do whatever the hell you want. I'm going to be me. I now, like in retrospect, view her as that. She was the person who was like, I don't want to do this bullshit.
Right.
And yeah, people are very, very surprised that I ever watched Vanderpump. I did. I am not proud about it. Going on past the footnote, in the absence of a sticky new storyline, there is every reason to believe Vanderpump would have been canceled. Well, that's throwing shade. Maddox was as aware of these pressures as Sandoval, and both were, oh no, you are not about to do this. And both were heavily invested financially and reputationally in the show remaining on the air. No. By extension, if the relationship was already on the rocks and if Sandoval was intent on brazenly carrying out an illicit affair with another cast member, they had every incentive to leverage these salacious threads into the storyline Vanderpump Rules so desperately needed. That is precisely what happened in a series of otherwise unlikely events. That is your storyline?
But they were already sleeping together before they knew they needed something spicy. So I guess.
What? No, what she is. Hang on, Bri. Help me figure this out. What she is saying. Yes, I slept with him. Their relationship was already on the rocks. Everyone knew we were sleeping together. And because they knew the show was about to get canceled and everyone knew we were sleeping together, they concocted this expose of something everyone knew was happening.
Right.
And one, if that has any foundation in truth, and this like picking up the phone and the nudie videos and the very illicit content, if any of this has foundation in truth, this is a big fucking problem.
I'm wondering when the distribution happened, because this happened a while ago, the actual affair, and
Distribution occurred. You're gonna like this.
then
March 1st, 2023.
2023.
They
Okay.
filed February 29th, 2024. Like 1 year.
Okay. But it
Like-
may have been around the time of them dropping that information on the actual show, because that was, well, no, it's in season 11 right now.
They filed before SOL. They filed 1 day. And by the way, statute of limitations is acronym SOL, which means shit out of luck. And it is that for that reason. Like we call it SOL because that is the time that you have to file this lawsuit. In a complaint like this, it is 1 year. You have 1 year from the date of the injury to file the lawsuit. If you miss that year by a day, you are SOL. Your lawsuit is dismissed. Well, here we go. Bri had the question. We're getting the answer. On or about March 1st, 2023, Sandoval was performing with his cover band at Tom Tom in West Hollywood when his phone purportedly fell from his pocket and slid, unlocked and otherwise fully accessible, into the crowd. You know, I think that you doubt those facts based on how you said them in that sentence.
How it's written.
You know, I get that impression. It was reportedly retrieved by an attendee and handed over to Maddox, who searched it and found sexually explicit videos of Levis. You know, the way they phrase it, it's not that makes it feel shady. It really does.
Like his phone just slid out and it was already open to that.
Unlocked and accessible to search. You
might know his password, but yeah, the unlock part of it sounds a little strange.
Levis is informed and believes, and on such information alleges, that the explicit videos were recorded by Sandoval without her knowledge or consent in or around February of 2023. That's a problem. The 2 videos of Levis has seen depict her in a state of undress and, well, that's a word, self-pleasuring. However, given Sandoval's, you know what? I'm going to do this. I had a client tell me a joke, and I'm going to do this because we're going to break the ice, and we're going to actually start talking about these words in real life. I had a client tell me a joke, and for those of you who have sensitive ears, please disregard or just ignore. So, hypothetically speaking, I have a client who is the new wife, speaking about the old wife, and they have other children. So this particular client, while I am on a call with her today, refers to the other side. Rather, the new wife refers to the old ex-wife as a twat waffle. I said that word out loud. A twat waffle. That was the word. I lost all sense of focus and was like, I haven't heard that word in forever. What the heck? Why is that coming up? And she goes as follows. Well, my son said it, and I had the great pleasure of telling him that to call someone a literal twat waffle was basically saying they are a vagina breakfast food, which isn't the worst insult in the world. To which her son responded instantaneously, does it come with syrup? And I don't know if I will ever recover from that joke, ever, because kids are the worst. And I haven't heard that word in a long time.
I've never heard that word ever.
Seriously?
Never.
The term twat
not together. I've heard of I've
No.
heard of a waffle, but I've never heard of them put together.
No. Well, it's a vagina breakfast food.
I get it, but I never heard of it together.
I didn't know that was a thing. I mean, I heard it back like in high school in the late 90s. That's about it. So twat waffle. So that word has made a resurgence, and the reason I make that comment is because I need to grow the ability to start saying these words as I'm reading a lawsuit out loud. Twat waffle, twat waffle, twat waffle, twat waffle.
That's
what was
not in the lawsuit.
No, it's not. But what was the Hannah's phone? Okay, going on. Gorilla Grip. Gorilla Grip PP. Yeah, Gorilla. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that. So we're adults. We cover adult lawsuits. Adult lawsuits are adult lawsuits. However, given Sandoval's apparent practice, Bri is dying. She's hiding from this camera. Given Sandoval's apparent practice of secretly recording their video calls, Levis has every reason to assume there are additional illicit videos and or photographs of her that she has not yet seen. That's a problem. Levis is informed and believes, and on such information and belief alleges, that Maddox obtained at least 2 illicit videos of Levis and distributed them and or showed them to others without her knowledge or consent. Now enters revenge porn law. At a minimum, Maddox circulated the illicit videos to herself and Levis, which, yes, is actually distribution.
Yep.
She also immediately informed production about what she had found. In addition, many other individuals have demonstrated intimate familiarity with the contents, leading Levis to believe the circle of recipients is wider. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am shocked that I have to continue saying this. when you take photos of parts and send them to other people, the person to whom you are sending those parts, you better trust them beyond trust. Like that is And to anyone else who's out there, like, this is not okay. You do not distribute that beyond the one-on-one connection ever for any reason whatsoever.
Right.
And that's why we have these laws.
And so she actually said he recorded it without her knowledge. I would like to see how that occurs. Do you have a hidden camera?
Man, it's the way that she describes the video.
Mm-hmm.
The video is of her performing an act on herself.
Right. But she said also in here that he recorded it secretly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no. If it was on FaceTime.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes a whole lot of sense.
But I still think that gives you a notification too. But I mean, I guess if she was,
you know what? I don't care if she's doing that. I don't care if it gives you notification.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew it. I would say the word vagina and Emily would show up. There she is.
Immediately.
Son of a bitch. I say the word twat waffle and there's Emily.
You also said twat waffle.
Oh. Son of Bri is dead. Bri is deceased. Bri has died.
Summoning Emily D. Baker on International Women's Day by saying twat waffle is out of control.
Emily D. Baker, the purple-haired law queen, has been summoned by twat waffle on International Women's Day. Yeah.
On Law and Lumber.
Uh-huh. It is a fact. Every time Emily says the word wood daddy or anything like that, somehow 9 million DMs show up and it's like, you have to see what Emily's doing. I imagine that there are people in the chat that are responsible for this. I blame all of you. Love you, Bri. Good to see you, says Emily.
Nice to see you.
So now that we've gotten the twat waffles and I'm never going to recover from that. Let's go on with the other allegations in the lawsuit, shall we? While Emily is packing and listening. I'm sorry. I just saw this. I just died. It's Pete Little. It's okay. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. We really do. I am not a degenerate. I'm just a child that exists in a man's body. Oh, focus. Law
We
talk.
have to get through this.
Law. Ready? Serious. On the night of March 1st, Levis was in New York with another cast member, Sheena Shea, taping Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen. Having finished filming, Levis and Shea were at a bar when Levis received a text from Maddox. "You are dead to me." Alongside the message were 2 videos of Levis that Maddox had purportedly discovered on Sandoval's phone. I like the purportedly discovered. This is now getting really interesting to me. I want discovery on the phones. Levis experienced a swirl of emotions in response, including shock and fear. Yeah, I would say shock and fear would be up there with your body parts being circulated via text. Shock because she didn't know Sandoval had recorded the pornographic videos of her. Fear because these videos were now in the hands of someone who hated her guts. You know, you gotta love a lawyer who puts hated her guts in a pleading. And was out for blood. She was terrified Maddox would leak them on the internet. Reacting to the revelation in apparent shock and anger, Shea violently assaulted Levis, shoving her aggressively into a brick wall. That's not okay. Punching her in the face, also not okay, and throwing her phone into the street. Well, that is a whole lot of not okay behavior. The blow to Levis's face caused a rupture above her left eyebrow and severe swelling and bruising above her left eye. That's called battery. Levis was told by a treating physician that her busted brow would permanently scar. Were there charges that stemmed from this? Bri, do you know? Was
I
there
can't
ever?
remember. I feel like there was some type of either a restraining order or something, but I can't remember. Let me see. Believe there
Yep,
was.
that's well, I think there was a restraining order for some reason.
Yeah,
Shaken, Levis flew home and the next day informed her family of what was happening. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like that I think is probably one of the things that people don't really, they don't give a whole lot of commentary on that. When you have a vindictive prick of an ex who does something like this, one of the consequences is they have circulated this, which means it's going to get back to your family.
Right.
And then you have the unenviable task of going to your family and saying, hey, someone's going to send you a video. I need you to not watch it. And I need you to please just still love me. That is one. I get why people don't like Rachel. Mm-hmm. I really do. Because the cheating thing and all the above, right. Nobody deserves to have their bits shared beyond their intimate partner ever. End of story, period. No one deserves that level of shame. No one deserves the pain of having to go to their parents and their family and their friends and say, you're going to be sent a video. You will get people commenting on this thing. That is not okay. So I have a problem. I'm not commenting about any of that. What I'm saying is, at the very least, there is solid evidence that there was at least one text message shared.
Right. Even a shared just to her.
No one deserves that. Bravo and Evolution capitalize on Scandoval. And this is what I was talking about earlier. I think this is a preview. I think this lawsuit, the entire first half of the lawsuit, is quite literally just saying, Bravo, hey, Bravo, hi, us over here. You decided you were going to throw a lot of shade. We're going to file a lawsuit. This is the first blow. We're getting our PR team in front of it. And you're going to, yeah.
Yep.
So, I love this one. This is my favorite. Rob is so naive. That's really cute. I got a PI report today. I can't share what was in it. I am not naive. I have seen more than any of you guys would ever care to see. Ever. And when I say that no one should ever have to have those intimate bits shared elsewhere, there's a reason we started enacting laws against that. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's one thing for someone to send their partner an intimate picture of themselves. For their partner to view that, it's one thing. Doesn't go beyond that. And if the partner shares it, well, that's a problem. Bravo and Evolution capitalize on Scandoval. So news of the affair and its aftermath, dubs Scandoval, broke on March 3rd, 2 days later, when TMZ first reported the affair. The initial reporting was quickly followed by a torrent of follow-up stories. By March 4th, tabloids had already begun reporting on the pornographic videos of Levis, citing unnamed sources. Well, that's interesting. Although filming of season 10 had already wrapped, Bravo and Evolution had a camera crew ready to shoot the next day. Scandoval captured the public's attention in a massive way, went completely viral, and injected new life into Vanderpump Rules. It also caused mayhem in Levis's life, culminating in months-long inpatient treatment at a mental health facility and her departure from the show. Sympathetic, but this is aimed at Bravo. Like, this is more at Bravo and less at the other stuff. Fomented by Bravo and Evolution in conjunction with the cast, Levis was subjected to a public skewering with little precedent and became, without exaggeration, one of the most hated women in America. On March 4th, the day after the news of the affair had broken, production directed Levis to film with Sandoval at her Los Angeles apartment. With cameras rolling, Levis confronted Sandoval. Well, I don't like the Bravo stuff. Like, I have a fucking problem.
I'm almost wondering if she's suing them first so that she can then do discovery to figure out if
I think she
Bravo-
wants. I agree. And I think there's also the statute of limitations issue.
Mhm.
Because right now she doesn't have the discovery or the ability to learn of the tort
Right.
against her. Like, so
Mhm.
that window is still open. So when she discovers that they did that,
Mhm.
that then sets the timeline from which she can file.
And she also put Doe's in there too. So I don't know if she would be willing to add them to this lawsuit or not.
Oh, I would. I've had like one of these cases before where I've had to file motions to intervene, and I didn't get to a separate lawsuit, but in the divorce case, I had some serious sanctions issued against the other side for sharing shit that shouldn't be shared.
Right. So
And-
maybe that is why they came after all the other extra people too, because they may be added later too.
It could be. Let me see. Camera's rolling. Bri, would you mind picking up right here at Sandoval?
Okay, sounds good. Sandoval had not only invaded her privacy, he blocked some words, so I don't know what it's gonna say. Sandoval had not only invaded her privacy and breached her trust, but had also left her emotionally vulnerable with something about the videos leaking on the internet. Sandoval responded to Levis' fury with cowardice and lies, claiming falsely that he had obtained permission to record her. Seeing that Levis was having none of it, however, Sandoval ultimately offered a reluctant admission of a sheepish apology. Sandoval was clearly rattled. After filming ended, the erratic and unsettled Sandoval refused to leave Levis' apartment in spite of her request. Levis was forced to have her sister and brother-in-law pick her up and drive her to their home. That day, Levis retained an attorney to mitigate the risk of the illicit videos leaking. Once at her sister's home, Levis turned off her phone for 2 days, hoping that the heat would die down. However, media reports suggested Sandoval was in a panic over the on-camera confrontation with Levis. Specifically, he was concerned that being accused of recording non-consensual pornography would
You can
paint
say it.
him in a
We're
negative light.
past that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you want me to finish or did you want to
No,
jump
keep going.
in? Okay.
Negative light.
Okay. Sandoval reportedly threatened to cease all further filming for the show unless he was granted editing rights over the scene. Shockingly, Bravo and Evolution obliged his demand. The scene was selectively edited to omit any mention of Sandoval's illicit recording of Levis with the lack of consent. This was part of
A
a
pattern
pattern in practice of Bravo and Evolution throwing Levis under the bus in favor of Sandoval. Recording someone engaged in sex acts without their consent is a crime, and Sandoval appears to have admitted to it on camera, portraying the confrontation as it actually occurred instead of protecting sleazy Sandoval.
We got hates her guts, sleazy Sandoval.
Would not only have been truthful, it would have also been good television. But Bravo and Evolution had apparently decided that Levis would be their sacrificial lamb throughout the
now we
ordeal.
get sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. Throughout the ordeal, they had sanitized the story to ensure that Levis would be seen as the arch villain. But you also don't need to prove that he recorded it without consent in order to do revenge porn in California. You just have to have an expectation not to share it. Yeah.
And dissemination.
Mhm.
And that's the and most of the states have adopted that version of the law, which literally is there's not like you can completely voluntarily take a photo of yourself and send it to your significant other. And in sending it, if there is an expectation of privacy, which is presumed under most of these laws, then once that's shared anywhere, like that is the criminal act. there's nuance where you have hacked material, which is an exception to a lot of those rules, but the law is developing and it's changing as we have the cases that are starting to play it out.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
35.
On March 7th, Levis's attorney sent out a cease and desist letters to the cast regarding the distribution of the non-consensual videos. The letters promptly leaked. No surprise. Levis also filed a police report and applied for a temporary restraining order against Shay, the cast member who assaulted her on March 1st. Here's the thing. If you are faced with a situation and that type of thing occurs to you, I hope it never does, please file a police report. Like,
Yeah.
I know you're concerned about it. File the fucking police report. Like, because here's what's going to happen. Ariana and Tom Sandoval, both of them are going to say, but there was not a police report filed. They're both going to do it because it's a question that's on the table. Why didn't you report it?
Mm-hmm.
But it is. Despite initially bragging about having punched Levis, Shay began to adamantly deny it in public. She accused Levis of lying and abusing the court system. This was in spite of Shay's own private and televised admissions of guilt and Levis's visible facial injuries. But they're not parties to this lawsuit. Why? There are more lawsuits coming.
That or she's going to add them because she did do 1 through 50.
So once she gets phone number 1,
like if they're like if she sent it to Sheena and then Sheena sent it to James and then this person sent it here, then they can start bringing them in.
Once you get phone number 1, you get phone numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now you get to start adding defendants. And you know what? You might be the most hated person. Like, people might hate what you did. If they go after you like that, burn it down. If they're sharing that shit.
Yeah. What she did was wrong, but does that then give them the ability to do that to her? No.
I'm not okay with the sharing stuff. I have seen, you probably have too. I've done divorce law way too long. I have seen pictures that I cannot unsee. I have seen text messages I cannot unread. All of the things that you could possibly imagine, I have seen it before. What I cannot stand is when I see that shit get shared elsewhere. And there is nothing more impactful, by the way, to a judge when I am going through the divorce process of a client and I'm going through text messages and I pull up a text message where the person who received the image, and I've had the chance to do it in one case where it was within about 5 minutes that you saw that image get sent to his best friend.
Wow.
And then they laughed about it and talked about it in text messages.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a fun cross-examination? And a judge that just... That's where you get to a closing argument and the judge looks at you and says, Mr. Morton, what are you asking for?
Right. Evidence is there.
Yeah. So by March 10th, Levis had decided to check herself into the mental facility. Sandoval, for his part, tried to talk her out of it and begged her to participate in the reunion. Levis reluctantly agreed to wait on the condition that the mental health professional be on set in case things got out of hand, given her fragile mental state and the fury brewing among the cast. Bravo agreed, then changed his mind. Levis then requested her publicist and confidant, Juliet Harris, be permitted to attend. Bravo agreed, then changed his mind. By that point, the reunion was the next day, too soon for Levis to pull out, and she had no reasonable alternative but to participate. No, walk off stage, girl. Take that lawsuit. She also feared the legal implications of refusing to appear, given the draconian terms of the contract. I kind of want receipts here. Like,
I believe it.
I believe it, but this is a whole lot of back and forth where if I had it, also, Bravo's not the defendant in this one. We've said that a lot. They're not the defendant, but this is a lot of a preview. This is PR. This is getting ahead of Bravo. This is saying we're coming for you next.
Yeah. And I believe the contract because I went through the Love is Blind contract on my channel, and I'm sure Bravo's is probably worse than a
Emily,
Netflix.
I want those TRO docs. I definitely do. There is a whole lot here that is in between these lines. Let me pull this down. The unspoken truth, and Bri can speak to this, of family law litigators. Y'all look at us like we're naive and cute and funny and like, we're so naive. We see all of your dirt, everything. I have seen all of the dirt of criminals' behavior that cannot be repeated out loud. I see hate, vindictiveness. We might look like we're naive. Nope. But I've seen too much. So there's a lot in between the lines of this complaint where I've got questions and I would like to see receipts and things and places in the complaint where I thought receipts would be, and they weren't. Like if you're going to make allegations about going to this in particular, the reunion, these are arguably communications that were occurring by email with publicists involved and text messages. I don't know. Bri, any thoughts? Like, what's your opinion on the whole thing?
I think the purpose is to bring other people into it. We really didn't get that much information about Tom and Ariana unless it's to come. She's mostly talking about Bravo, the production. James got a pretty good spiel, but maybe 5, 6 sentences about Tom and Ariana. Mostly Tom over Ariana, and she's the one that sent it.
I mean, this sentence itself, tell me how this fits in a lawsuit of Raquel or Rachel versus Tom and Ariana. It is clear that Bravo deliberately sacrificed Levis for the sake of its commercial interests from its refusal to allow her the opportunity to tell her side of the story and defend herself, which she repeatedly begged for permission to do.
That has nothing to do with revenge corn.
So, question is, why go over the top? And that's why I said this is a PR thing.
Yeah.
If you were doing what you said, like get to the phones, keep it bare bones, but say disseminated. Now you get phones. I can get phones, and then I can expand it, and I can start bringing people in, and then I can amend my complaint. This is a lot of, I want to get a narrative out there, and I haven't had the chance to do it, or I haven't taken the opportunity before.
I agree with that because she's not really in the season. I did look up about the restraining order with Sheena Shea, and she didn't even show up to the court hearing. So the restraining order basically just dropped. So this could be another one where she just throws it out there, hypes people up, and then goes away.
It's a lot to put in a freaking pleading. Like, this is a lot.
And it's not even talking about the facts that would lead. I mean, sure, this might have surrounded it, but it didn't make them leak the videos by her appearing on the reunion or not.
Andy Cohen. Now we have Andy Cohen. So we have a whole heading about Andy Cohen.
Yeah.
As expected, the reunion was a train wreck we have a train wreck. So we have, we've got Hates or Guts. What was the other one?
Sleazy Tom.
Sleazy Sandoval.
Oh, yeah.
There's one more.
There's something about a lamb.
Wait, hang on. Really? The same lawyer? Oh, so this is a lawyer who has it out for Bravo. Ooh. So the PR thought process makes sense. Okay, I follow. Oh, people are saying sacrificial lamb. Sacrificial lamb,
Yeah.
and now we have a train wreck. With full knowledge of her then dire mental state, Bravo and Andy Cohen took no steps to mitigate Levis's abuse, even as Cohen himself expressed concern about her mental health going into the reunion. One fellow cast member, Katie Maloney, haven't heard that name in a long time, had been openly threatening to light her on fire. Well, that's a way to say something. Another, Shay, had violently assaulted her during the reunion itself. Levis was on the receiving end of unrelenting missives. Diabolical, demented, subhuman, a poo-poo head. Well, that's a sure. This one's, I'm going to say
That's
this one
insane.
out loud. This is me speaking, not Bri, and quoting from a lawsuit. Fuck yourself with a fucking cheese grater. You fucking suck. You're disgusting. And I wish nothing but the worst fucking shit that could ever happen to a person on you. That is
They're saying all of that like this is not the 10th cheating scandal in the history of Vanderpump Rules.
I can't get past the fuck yourself with a fucking cheese grater. That
Yeah.
sounds exceedingly graphic and painful and inadvisable from every standpoint.
Inadvisable is accurate.
I don't. Nope. Processing how that might even. Nope. As she was berated, abused, and dehumanized by the rest of the cast, above all Maddox, Levis remained largely silent and stoic in apparent shock. Cohen later remarked glibly that he did not know how long she was last on set and chalked up her apparent stoicism to being really medicated. Did he really say that? Wait, there's footnote 7. Where's 7? Article page 6. Andy Cohen was I was wrong to say Raquel Levis was medicated at Pump Rules. Oh, so he admits to saying it. Okay, sure. Instead of, where was this? There was 7. I had it. But Cohen and Bravo already knew that Levis was indeed medicated, something neither surprising nor remotely funny in light of what was happening to her. These contracts are insane. The amount that you have to disclose and give up as far as your personal information to participate in these things, it's wild. I think that there should be a requirement that attorneys be consulted prior to signing these damn things.
Yeah. And they just sign it like on DocuSign.
Like, here it is, click, sign. Okay, there you go. You now have given Bravo your literal life. You have to seek pre-approval for every press release. You have to appear on every reunion. They have access to your medical records, your medical file. They have access to everything.
That's insane. But again,
Bravo. Yep.
I don't see. I see why she's putting it in for the publicity, but it's not. Maddox did nothing to try to stop the dissemination. Not Tom did nothing. It's Bravo did nothing to try to remedy the fact that Tom did something. Are they vicariously liable?
No. This is the target of this entire lawsuit. Reads as Bravo. The entire target. Honestly, when was the last time we talked about, in the discussion we've been having, when was the last time we mentioned the filming or dissemination of material?
All the way like the second page of the lawsuit.
Yeah. So we are now at page 12 of 19, and we've gone, I think, 6 or 7 pages since the last time the word dissemination or filming was brought up.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't see. I mean, I see how she's trying to tie it together to say Bravo is bad, but I don't see how that puts like it. We don't talk about whether consent was given, other than that they cut maybe whether consent was given out of a scene. She doesn't say she didn't. I mean, I guess she did say she didn't give him consent, but I don't know.
Is it? I think this is in reference to Cohen. It's one of the Emily, who is my Real Housewives and Bravo she's the better demon on my shoulder. I would say angel, but let's be honest. She serves the tea on this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So Andy Cohen making a joke about the medication. This entire fucking clusterfuck of a situation. I'm sorry for the massive profanity, but what the hell? The fact that any of this happened in the first place, and then so eavesdropping, which we don't have a similar statute in Virginia, like not like this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the California eavesdropping?
I know about eavesdropping, but I'm not an expert on it by any means. So.
Is California a single party consent state or a double party consent state? All party.
Double.
So the difference is in Virginia, a single party consent state. It means that one party has to consent to the recording. The party can be me. I'm the party recording. I consent to the recording. So no one else has to know, and I'm allowed to record. Audio only. All party consent state, like California, everyone has to know they're being recorded. Cannot do it, but yeah. Sarah. My mods, several of whom are sick and dealing with things, have given me the cutoff of midnight. These topics are way too controversial for me to go much beyond that. I don't think I'm going to get to Maya. I know that I make a lot of wild statements. I promise you. Here's the promise. The promise is this fold. Jen Anderson sent me that motion, like personally. Like she texted me the motion and texted me a follow-up and said, this is big, this is explosive. I will cover the Maya supplemental motion, and I will try my very best to get I'll try to get one of the principals to discuss it with me. And they will. I know I owe you Maya and SBF. I know. It's the time thing. That's the problem. Like you get into a lawsuit. Double consent. Yeah, thank you, Emily. Emily, how do you do this when you end up like on topics where you don't get to it and you feel really, really bad for not doing the thing and you really want to because you feel like you have the energy to, but you
do another live stream tomorrow.
Oh, Bri. You know better. You know better than to speak about the time constraints that those live streams do. Alpha is probably sitting there going, they are massively interrupting to a lot of lives, and we do our very, very, very best. We really do. Especially those of us that have like I still practice law. Like I still have motions and arguments. I was in trial half the week. I had trial next week until I didn't. Oh my God. I really wish I could talk to you guys about all this stuff because there's a whole lot of thoughts in my brain. Bri too. I saw her last night. Last night was one of the pull this down. Mods going to go over by like 10 minutes because this is important. Last night, I saw Bri have probably more fun talking about a case than I've seen her have in a long time. She, who routinely checks the chat, went for like a solid 30 minutes without even looking at the chat because she was ranting. Bri doesn't rant. But all lawyers, when you see this stuff or read this stuff, we have opinions and it comes up and we want to share it and we want to explain it. We want to explain why. We really do want to explain why it is that we're seeing something that should just piss everyone off.
Right.
If I had endless hours in the day, just like you, we would talk about all this stuff all the time. Honestly, if you put here would be my favorite thing in the whole world. You put Emily Baker, Alita, Rick, Ian, myself, Bri, Natalie. You start going down a list of all of vices. I don't care. You put all of us in a room, together, and then just start just endless amounts of wine and alcohol. We could probably talk for a solid 4 days straight.
That would be a great show.
Holy crap. And we'd probably all be screaming at each other at some point, like, but respectfully.
Remember the escape room?
Oh my God, I forgot that. Bri, you have to tell people that. I forgot that entire thing. I'm sorry. We wait. No, no, Bri, hold that thought. We are going to fast forward and go through the counts because you have to. I forgot the escape room. Okay, so eavesdropping. Levis and Sandoval engaged in numerous private confidential conversations, blah, 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 22 to 23. Unbeknownst to Levis, without her consent, Sandoval surreptitiously recorded their communications. Okay, Levis had an objectively reasonable expectation these communications were private and objectively believed that they were not being recorded. That is fair. At no point prior to the confidential communication was Levis informed that Sandoval was recording their communications, nor did Sandoval obtain her consent to be recorded. Yeah, if you're going to record your significant other doing things on a FaceTime, one, they should no longer be your significant other. Like the whole surreptitious recording thing. No, trash, throw it out. Light it on fire before you throw it out. Not the human, the trash. Levis informed and believes, and on such information alleges that some of the unlawfully obtained recordings depict her in a state of undress and engaged in sex acts. Well, that's a big problem. Accordingly, Sandoval has violated the penal code. What's the statute of limitations on that? Like, it has to be, if it's a misdemeanor, what is it, 1 year in California?
I have no idea. I do not
Virginia,
dabble in criminal.
Virginia misdemeanors 1 year, limitations. But I don't know. As a result of the illegal actions as here and alleged, Levis has been injured, including without limitation by having her privacy invaded in violation of that penal code. Again, another criminal statute. Levis seeks all available remedies under California Penal Code 637.5. And then she believes that Sandoval acted with oppression, fraud, and malice. Oppression is one I don't see in these allegations a lot.
Yeah.
Oppression. I acted with oppression. I oppressed you in my action.
Maybe
Wow. I gotta use that.
Yeah.
I feel like I could use that. Yeah, that might work. Second cause of action, revenge porn. Civil Code 1708.85 against Maddox and Does 1 through 50 inclusive. So on or about March 1st, Maddox discovered explicit videos of Levis on the mobile phone of Sandoval. The videos depict Levis in a state of undress, I would say, based on the allegations, and engaged in a sexual act within the meaning of the statute. Again, I would agree based on the allegations. Sandoval recorded the videos without the knowledge or consent of Levis, something you have to prove, who had a reasonable expectation of privacy, as one would hope, that their private communications were not being recorded and would stay private. Levis is informed and believes, and on such information and belief alleges that Maddox obtained the videos of Levis from Sandoval's phone without Sandoval's authorization. So literally, like, you had the phone, you grabbed it, you didn't have the authorization to do it. Levis is informed and believes, and on such information, that Maddox obtained the videos of Levis from Sandoval's mobile phone and distributed and disseminated them to others, including, and this part is important, but not limited to, Maddox herself, which is dissemination, Levis, and other individuals whose identities were not currently known to Levis. Here's the thing about this lawsuit. This part right here. It's this part. I think, wait, where the hell did it go? Dang it. Did I lose it? Discovery, obtained Oh, here. Disseminated. Boom. That I think was admitted on camera. And I think proven on camera.
And she has the text message. So that part is known. The consent thing is going to be the question.
Even so, here's the thing. Bri, you know the law as well. You probably know the law better than I do in California. Creators but make it YouTubers. It'd be fun, but not
That would be
dangerous. Or quit your job. I love my job, Emily. You know I love my job. You know I love my job. I can't quit it. So I can't quit it. So that's the sacrifice for you folks. When I don't get to a topic, my job is too important. I will not quit it. So, but here's the thing. You know the law as well as I do. At least my version Virginia and your version California. It does not matter if the consent was granted in sending that video or allowing that video to be recorded on this other person's phone. That act of consent does not matter because you consented to that person having it.
Right.
You did not consent to someone else accessing it and forwarding it to either themselves or a third party.
Yes. So I did not make it clear. I meant to say the consent to send it, because if you record it and then you say, let's send this to our friend, then he could send it. It wouldn't be revenge. But like the actual consent to recording, you're right. It's not needed. It's just the expectation of privacy, basically.
Yes, it's the extension of the expectation. And it's based on all of these allegations, unless you have some exchange where Rachel or Raquel, I don't care, unless you have some exchange where she says, you know, or she public displays by either posting it online publicly or says, go ahead and share this with your friends. There is a real problem with that dissemination, like a real problem. So I mean, this lawsuit has legs. I don't know why they included 9 million other things other than they want Bravo in the end.
Yeah.
But this lawsuit, if you strip out everything that you believe to be conjecture, hyperbole, narrative, strip out all of it and go to what can you prove at the core foundation.
Oh, I see.
Like take out all of it. Go ahead, Bri.
Oh, I see in the next one, number 59, it's saying that the videos were shown to Bravo, which is, if they figure that out, then they may add Bravo if Bravo also continued to send it.
If Bravo sends it, or if anyone who received it, because the other part is receiving that. There's an open question in the law on this one of whether receiving that information or receiving that material and holding it and harboring it could be itself an offense.
Right. I'm wondering where she's going with that, but I definitely see the PR part of it for sure.
Oh my God, give me the contracts. If let's say hypothetically, oh, this is speculation. Holy shit, we're going to speculate for a second. Speculation. What if Bravo has a clause in their contract that says that if there's a spicy leak that they have access to it and they own it? One, how fucked up is that? Two, is that a lawful provision in the contract? And three, is it there? Because I want to know the third answer more than anything else.
I don't know. We would have to see it. I haven't seen it in a contract for reality TV, but like I said, Bravo is they're bigger than Love is Blind, right? So they're going to have some pretty creative attorneys.
And if you're Bravo, let's say hypothetically, your contract says that everything you disseminate from your phone during the course of filming a reality TV show, because they have contracts like this where you pick up your phone and when you make that call on the phone, they have access to that call. That's actually a relatively routine thing in one of these reality shows. And they might limit it to certain phones, but let's say these folks don't know better. They're kids, they're younger. Let's say Bravo has that clause in there that everything you send from your phone or do on your phone during the course of the filming is proprietary to Bravo.
That's probably, especially if they pay for the phones.
And if they come into possession or knowledge,
Who's gonna leak a Bravo contract?
One, I don't want that smoke. Don't give me that. I don't want that subpoena. Don't leak me a Bravo contract. I mean, kind of do, but don't.
Because she said the contract said that she had to show up and that she didn't get this. Whatever she said about the contract, that may come into evidence.
Yeah. You know what? Leak Emily the Bravo contract. No, I'm not going to do that to her either. Leak me the Bravo contract. I'll take it. Wow. Yeah, that would be, that'd be messed up. But within the realm of possibility, that's the thing. The reason I'm even asking this question is one, the fact that we're here indicates that there is a interest in this material that is monetizable, whether that interest is completely horrible and immoral or anything. It is a monetizable interest. To the point where companies start to buy it or protect it or contractually obligate people to it. I wouldn't be surprised. That contract is probably, oh God, that's got to be really interesting to read. So anyways, the last counts in this one, we've got that third cause of action, invasion of privacy. I don't think we need to know. I mean, we've already kind of covered that. It's pretty clear if she proves this is an invasion of privacy. Fourth, intentional infliction of emotional distress. If they have the information, disseminated it, yes, they're going to win that. There's a whole lot of information that we still need to learn from this. We will see if we get there. Witchy, I'm sorry. You're here for Maya. I could care less about Bravo. I'm sorry. I can't get there tonight. I can't. I will do a separate stream for that. I will. Sorry. I didn't realize this lawsuit would be as substantial as it was. It's a whole lot of shade. And on the Maya stuff, don't run off. There you go, Emily. I'll take that smoke. Send Emily the contract. Yeah. So separate Maya stream is going to happen. I'm going to do a separate stream. I will schedule that. I settled my case that was set for trial on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So I also have Leo only for myself on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday because Mischief Manager is out of town traveling. So it might be a Leo Rob stream. Who knows? The boys will misbehave when mom's away. So yeah, let's do this. Bri, here's how we're going to roll out.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. You mentioned something that we did when we were in California, and I had forgotten about that level of fun.
The escape room in LA, I guess that's where we were.
Yep.
What do you want me to tell them about it?
I don't know. It was a whole lot. It was a whole lot of lawyers. It was a whole lot of lawyers put into a damn room, an escape room, and some of us had to take charge and find a way to figure that shit out and manage other people. It is literally everyone in that room is a type A personality. Everyone in the room is type A. So opinions were flying. We did not murder each other. You guys, wait, who was in? Were you? No, you were in a separate room.
Yeah,
in different
split it
rooms.
up. We split it up, girls versus boys, because I think we thought it was a competition. But once we got we went to jail, guys. We went to jail. Once we got out of our cells, we were then working together to basically escape out of the tunnel, out of jail. And then I feel like there was another room before the last room, but I can't remember.
Oh, I was in school. We were in school and we had to like solve a bunch of puzzles. And I had Alita and her brother. So one, you put a sister and a brother in an escape room together. I hate you. Like, I really hate you for doing that. It worked because some of us became more loud than the others.
Who would you say took over the leadership role?
Me.
Really?
I'm a loud person, Bri.
I would say it was Ian.
Nope. I am a loud ass person. And I do not,
Maybe you guys work together.
nope. When I see the shit going sideways, it is just, I become the loud voice in the room that says, nope, we're doing this. Someone come up with decisions and I will listen to everybody. We are going to listen to everybody. And here's how we're going to do it. You talk, you talk, you talk, you talk. I'm sorry. It's just
me. I'm more of the sneaky person that I think I found like a key in a toilet while everyone was like scrambling. So I just go and dig in things.
And that's and we had, I forget who did that in ours. It wasn't Andy. Andy is Alita's brother.
Yeah.
And God bless him, but the man sent me a pea-scented candle. I have a pea-scented candle in my fucking office. It's right up there. It smells like pea. I still have to find a friend of me that I hate enough to leave the pea-scented candle behind. But Andy, God bless him, is the most ADHD human I've ever seen in my life. And that includes Ian. Managing and the energy level. Holy shit, this man wakes up on level 10 at 4 a.m. and does not stop until he somehow falls asleep. I think he has zero, like there is, I'm awake. 5 seconds later, I am asleep. There is no downtime. There's just like it's stages. So Andy the Game Maker, Alita's brother, is the most difficult person to manage I have ever managed. And I also manage Ian on this stream every Friday. I love Ian. So, that was a lot. That was emotional. That felt like it came from somewhere. I feel like that was, I had to get that out. It was, that was so much fun though.
That was a great time. Great time.
It was really fun. People always wonder what we're like in real life. We really are. We're the same people we are on screen. You might laugh about it, you might think about it, but no, you put us in a room together and it's like there's no, you meet them and you hang out, like Bri and Alpha, like meeting them and hanging out, they're the same people. It is the same person that I've gotten to talk to and have a good time with. And it was just, it's amazing. We need to find a way to get all of us together more.
I know. That's what I was going to ask you. What are you doing for your wedding?
Nerf war.
A Nerf war at your wedding?
I didn't. Oh, you don't know this part. So I'm going to start pulling up super chats as we talk about this. But I sent my dad a wedding invite 30 minutes before all the other fair. On the topic of the wedding. So my thought process is everyone has a table, right? And there's an order of who goes to the buffet or gets their food first. There's always the order. There's a hierarchy.
Mm-hmm. What
if we determine that hierarchy like Hunger Games style, where listen to me, listen, hear it out. Bri is dying laughing. Hear it out. During the course of everyone sits down, there's the first dance, all above, and we stand up and give toasts. And at the end of like my toast, I say, everyone look under your seats. And it's like Oprah. like where literally everyone looks under their seats and there's a fucking Nerf gun. There's a Nerf gun there. There's a Nerf gun. You get 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 a Nerf gun. Everyone has a Nerf gun. And then it's announced that when you hear the buzzer, there's a 5-minute free reign policy. And Mischief and I will stand up here and we will judge who the winners are. And we will rank the tables based on their accuracy, defensive capabilities, etc. in the Nerf battle for 5 minutes. You're laughing, but this is the best idea ever.
That sounds fun.
This is the best idea ever. And by the way, weddings are a place where kids should be. If you don't have kids in a wedding, come on, man, bring the kids to the wedding. Like, have them there. Bring them there. Show them the love. Show them the people. I want to see, because you know what's going to happen, Bri. You know exactly the second I start saying, like, look under your seat, there's a Nerf gun there, and you have 5 minutes, and then we're going to rank like food priority on this 5 minutes. You will see grown-ass people who are the most adult individuals in their real life turn into 12 and 13-year-old boys and girls and literally just gun each other down. They will become the most strategic, ruthless individuals in the world, firing Nerf guns at everybody else. You know it's going to happen.
But depending on how many people you have, maybe only a few people should get guns and the other people handle the defense part of it.
Oh, wait, hang on. I like the spin. Keep going. How?
Because you said defensiveness. So are there objects to like put up barricades? How are we doing this? Is this
there are
just
tables, but the rule is you can't flip a table.
Yeah, you
like
can't.
The tip off is going to be when the waiters come around and clear the tables of all the glasses. That's your tip off that something's about to happen.
Okay.
But
I don't know, maybe everyone gets guns then.
Well, one of my questions is, you bring up a good point.
You have to work as a team.
What if there are lawyers? What if it becomes a 2-stage thing? There's the battle and there's people that defend people in the battle. We can have debate and Nerf war.
Yeah. Or something came to my mind, but now it's gone. You can have kind of like a mystery murder dinner.
Yeah.
Where there are specific people. No, but you'll have to watch too many people, and they have to, instead of it being a war, it has to be like a sneak, kind of kill people off at each table and the last table standing.
Ooh, like an Assassin's Creed kind of thing where they have to go and they have to pick people off. See,
because you won't see everyone that get hit. So maybe it's an honesty policy. If you're hit, you have to sit down.
Yeah. You know what? I think that I'm going to, whether the Nerf war happens or it's a different level of game. Mm-hmm. I think the idea, we've all done the corny wedding shit, right? Everyone's done the corny wedding crap. We've all been there. We've done the whole like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. We've all done this 9 million times. What if it's a wedding murder mystery? I like the murder mystery part.
Mm-hmm.
So
that'll be fun.
I'm game. Oh my gosh. I'm now, do I shoot my new wife? Do I shoot her with a Nerf gun? Or do I wait for the do I shoot her on the honeymoon? These are rules I don't know the rules of because I'm kind of making them up on the fly.
Yeah. Because normally they like turn off the lights and then something happens and then all of a sudden someone's dead.
But what if they turn off the lights and I have NVGs, night vision goggles there, and just start lighting her up with Nerf guns? This is the best idea ever. Or the one idea that will lead to the fastest divorce in all of time.
Yeah. Does she know that you're planning on bringing Nerf guns?
She is listening to me right now as I'm talking about it.
Okay. As long as he doesn't say don't bring them and you bring them, you should be okay.
But I said but just to see Bri laugh because I knew that she would and almost choke on her water. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get through the last super chats. And we're gonna wrap for the evening. Okay. Life
I
is
do
about
have to
fun.
pop off though, so I'll
Yep.
let you do the super
Yep.
chats, and that way I won't
You-
distract you.
You rock and roll. Thank you, Bri. Thank you, Bri, for being here. And thank you for putting the hours. I really do appreciate it. I love catching up with you. And please, guys, go subscribe to Boss Attorney Bri. Bri, give me your spiel.
Again, I'm Boss Attorney Bri. On my channel, I cover celebrity lawsuits, trademark lawsuits. I stream on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, and this was fun. Thank you for having me. If you guys want to join me on my channel, hopefully Rob will come and visit my channel one day.
Happily.
Again, because it's been a while. So yeah, again, thank you, Rob, for inviting me. It was lovely coming here, and I hope I get a Nerf gun if I'm invited to the wedding.
Oh, you want an automatic or semi-automatic? Which one do you want?
The automatic.
Okay, you got it. No problem.
All right, I'll see you next time.
Night, Bri.
Bye.
Well, that was a remarkable treat. Honestly, she's one of the most pleasant humans I've ever interacted with, period. And her husband is also, Alpha's one of the coolest guys I've ever met. Don't shoot your teammate for life. Huh. Emily, I'm curious about that. Have you ever played a prank on Dr. B? Huh. Life exists so that we can remind each other that we are still kids. That's how you stay old. Well, that's how you stay young as you grow old. So I am all for the mischief. And honestly, Mischief Manager, she chose her name before a lot of the mischief ended up being mischief. Life's about taking that mischief and never ever, ever losing sight that, yeah, just stay young as long as you can. Find joy in the things you can. Find laughter when and however often you can. Fill your life with laughter and happiness at every juncture. When people invite you to things and they invite you to experiences and friendships and gatherings, say yes. Easiest thing in the world. Feels hard in the moment because the more convenient thing is to say no and stay home and be by yourself. I know that. I lived that. But just start saying yes. Show up. Be there. And then, oddly enough, you become Uncle Rob, Aunt Mischief. You become this person who has a profound impact on the life of people around you. Friends, family, friends that are family. Little ones, big ones, older ones, younger ones. It just live your fucking life. Really do. I mean it. Like I make the comment of get out there, make something, you'll feel better. Live your life like you'll feel better. Say yes to the opportunities, you'll feel better. Go and do the thing. Emily has been in the chat, and I actually want to make this comment. Emily made one of the hardest damn decisions she could ever make. And it was leaving the practice of law because of what her life had in front of her with her kids and her family. Make decisions in your life that always leaves that possibility open to family, friends, people. We're not meant to be alone, ever. So get out there. And I say make something. And here's the thing. I'm going to give a caveat to that this weekend. Make something, you'll feel better. Make a friendship. Extend an olive branch. say something nice to someone on the street, or something nice to someone you run across. Make a friendship. Make a dialogue. Make a communication. You'll feel better. So we run across people every day. And what I'm saying is, I was, yeah, do I want to do this? Yeah, I do. I went through an experience where I lost father and the person I thought was the right person for me in the same year, within months of each other. And it was a really dark place. And I know that people that watch have been in experiences like that. It's a really dark place. When you start and you find a way to say yes to one or two things, like friends, going out, going to a restaurant, going to a picnic, getting out there and saying hi, random exchanges. It's really difficult at first, right? Because you're afraid that people are going to ask you the question. You're afraid people are going to talk to you about something that you don't want to share. It starts with like the easiest things in the world, saying hi to someone at the grocery store, like literally just waving, shaking a hand, all of that. Just do it. I mean it, like just do it. Take that fear, put it in a place. Take that fear, put it in a place, and say, this is the fear. I'm stronger than the fear, and go and do the thing. Go to the party. Host the event. I met Mischief hosting an event for another friend. That's it. And when she walked through the door, I had no thought whatsoever. People say love at first sight. No, it was I was happy. I was content. I had found a way by doing those things beforehand, by engaging with my friends and getting out and speaking. I was Uncle Rob. I became Uncle Rob because of the effort that I put in with the friends that were around me and the friends that I made in the process of being in the lowest part of my life, and the interactions that I had with them, their families, and the kids that they were raising. So, being alone is hard. It is an opportunity to realize that only you are in control of your own happiness. You control it. Nobody else does. You control it. All of the external things in your life, yes, they are difficult, but how you process those things is the control that you have. You can get hit upside the face with the hardest fact in the whole wide world. You have the power to control how you react to it. So the worst thing that life can throw at you will come. And when it happens, and you're there, and there's no running away from it. It's just there. So you control how you respond to it. You know what? Just you get up. You get back up. You stand up. You do it again. One more step. That's all you got to worry about. One more step. How'd you do it? I woke up. Well, that's step one. What's your next? Got out of bed. Step 2. Showered, put clothes on. Step 3 and 4. Do the next damn thing. And suddenly you'll realize that you have more power over your own identity, fate, and happiness than you ever thought you would. Mischief walked through the front door of the house that I'm sitting in right now. And when she walked in, I had no preconceived notions about anything. To me, she was just a friend that was in the house with her 2 children. And children were Mini Mischief 1 and Mini Mischief 2 even back then. Mini Mischief 2 ended up somehow in my bedroom, which is on the third floor, as a toddler, when we were just all hanging out at a wine party I was hosting. I was hosting this. I wasn't engaged with any of the individuals. It was actually one of my friends that had arranged for this for her friends. So my house was just the venue. And Mini Mischief 2 somehow ends up in my bedroom amongst the laundry. And Mischief walks up and is terrified and, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I think my son might have gone upstairs. May I go retrieve him? Sure, go ahead. Mini Mischief 1, who at the time was 6 and a half. Doing the math. Yeah, that's about right. 6 and a half. Was the only person her age there. And it's a bunch of adults drinking wine. Well, they're having their own thing. That's their party. You want to make some pizza? Well, Mom, can I make some pizza? Yeah, make some pizza. You just find the opportunity. So we made pizza the rest of the day, by the way, just making pizza. We made the magic of pizza. We called it the magic of the pizza. We made the magic of pizza. We threw in the grill. We did all the things, and but there was, at this point in time, even at this point in time, Mischief was nothing. I don't mean to say nothing. What I mean to say was there was no thought. It was not a thought in my brain anywhere near that. People that are looking for others out there that are looking for the right person, for their mate, for their soulmate. Stop. I hate to say it that way, but stop. Bring your wall down. Be who you are. Open yourself up to life, to people around you. Make yourself, get out of your phone and get into the conversation. And you might find one of the coolest things ever in the whole wide world. So, yeah, like, I formed a bond with the Mini Mischiefs before I ever formed a bond with Mischief Manager. Ever. What's funny about that is that not a single word that I just said takes anything away from the bond I have with Mischief Manager. And that's cool. And if people can't process that, if the world has gone to that level of shit where people can't understand that, we got problems. We got problems. So, and I know that wall that I talk about, that fear, is really hard to overcome. And I think that is where the introduction of mental health and counseling and friends that are there, that's where we need to start interjecting. That's where I think we as society kind of fall short, where like people are there asking, they need, you see the wall and you see the difficulty they come across. And rather than do the thing that honestly we should, you know what? Here's a good point. If you're on the other side of that wall and you see a friend who has the wall up, cool thing you can do, reach to the wall, grab them. Make the invite. Always make the invite. Never stop trying. Don't give up on the person, man. You don't know what they're facing. You don't know what they've been through. They might have been through hell. You have no freaking clue. Keep making the invite. Never give up on a soul. Don't do it. Like, the effort thing goes both ways. the person who should exhibit effort to overcome their own challenges, and the person who should exhibit effort and give that effort to bring someone else into a place of love and happiness. I had the benefit of friends that extended that courtesy to me constantly and frequently. I became Uncle Rob to two of my best friends, their daughters. Honestly, when I go to their house, it's like, Uncle Rob, you bring unicorn hoodie? Oh, when I forget the damn hoodie, I can't. I don't hear the end of it. And the look on the eyes, those freaking girls, those girls. You bring unicorn hoodie? No, honey, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Kill me. Just, I'm dead. But the thing is, those friends, those are the right type of friends. They're the people that I hope every friend models himself after. Never stop reaching across the aisle. Never stop reaching out and being like, come on, you, hey, we're grilling some food. Come over. My neighbor's across the street. And his dad. Every opportunity, we're grilling. Come on over. I could walk into that house tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. and ask and just pour a cup of coffee, and it would be nothing. Reach out, be a good person. You would be surprised as to what comes back. I promise you that. Like I said, the best thing in my life so far, and I say so far because there's a whole lot more to come. The best thing in my life so far has come from me finding a way to get myself to a place where I was just happy being me. And that was a factor of a lot of people around me too. But me just being me and being happy being that person. And then, oddly enough, by being that person and being honest and real with myself and with others around me, because the thing is, you're real with yourself, you're real with others. It invited a relationship with two amazing children and their truly amazing mom. And none of that was planned. None of that was on the plan. It was not on my bingo card. It was not on my bingo card. And it didn't even start that way. It just started with I didn't have any expectation. There's no expectation at all. You just live your life and keep making those connections, build that bridge. Never, ever stop putting that hand out and asking for people to come over and hang out and have fun. Never stop inviting people. Like I said, you have no idea what they've been through. No idea what that wall is that they've put up or why it's up. You might pretend to know, but you don't. I don't know how I got on this tangent, but I'm not ashamed or mad for being here. Life's pretty fucking cool. It really is when you think about it. The blessings, even if they feel like I said, I had a horrible week. Remarkably difficult week. But within that week, when I take the moment and I look back on it, there's a whole lot of good that I just skated right over top of. Like a whole lot of good things that I just, because of the misery I was in the moment, I did not recognize how amazing some of those things were. So from time to time, honestly, I think it should be daily, but from time to time, look back on that week and the week that felt like hell, that felt like misery, where you were anxious sad, depressed. If you look back on it, look at the little blessings here and there. And be honest with yourself when you do. And then look at the avenues that you have to accept different things that might come your way. So, like I said, leave that door open. Leave that hand extended. Live your life. Have some fun. Go make something. And this weekend, make a friendship. Make a relationship. Make a bond. It's a new caveat. Go make something. You'll feel better. Go make a bond. Go make a friendship. You'll feel better. Speed round. Ready? Super chats we're going to go through. Heather, my mom had a very small stroke when I was little and was at home in bed. Dad cooked dinner that night, and let's just say it didn't go well. After dinner, I went to see my mom and asked if she'd be better tomorrow. That's something pretty important too. Families. Kids will say the damnedest things. Bama Girl in 1955, since you were talking about bowling balls, you need to show Bri the book you have about balls. Nope. What are you going to do that to her? You should show her the Southern for Bri's clip. I will send that to her separately. Emily Aarons, it's giving, I'm mad that I didn't make any money off of this. Also, not sure what career prospects she had that were ruined. She did beauty pageants and then was a waitress, reality TV cast member. I don't know. The lawsuit, I'm still waiting to hear a lot more. I thought that was a lot more towards Bravo than anything else. Crazy Cat Queen, so looking forward to SBF update. Damn it. That was way too accurate. That is way too accurate and frustrating for me to hear. I hope that last like 40-minute tangent is one you guys won't hold against me. So, Lil Blossom Fairy, hey, Rob, are you going to pay for Mischief to go on the shopping spree? Absolutely. Gwen Bly, Rob, you watching reality TV makes Wood Daddy Stacks even funnier to me. Love seeing your take on this. Hope Leo is feeling better. He is feeling a lot better, as he vocalized repeatedly earlier tonight. Sandy, excuse me, sir, did you say it's a vagina breakfast food? A twat waffle is a vagina breakfast food. I can't repeat what the kid said. Does it come with syrup? That's what the kid said in the joke. Not my comment, but that's what, yeah. Maddie Retman, could Rachel put a lien on Tom and Ariana's house pending this case and make their case between them even more obnoxious? Not really. No, not unless there's judgment. Just because, Lumber Law, which of your unicorns is the revengey corn? Ooh, that's a good one. Give me 1 second. Oh, no. Where is it? Wait. No. It was somewhere. Found it. The revengey unicorn is this unicorn. It is this unicorn that does the revengey thing, which is this. So yes, for those of you who wonder if I have unicorns, I even have a revengey unicorn. So there's a revengey unicorn. Don't ask me. I don't know. I will not have an answer that will be explainable to any normal person. Just it is. I mean, it is just what it is. So there's a revengey unicorn. Let me see. Trace Fagan, is she saying the Bravo set the whole thing up? It certainly felt that way, right? The allegations did. And see, Ari defended Raquel, took her in when everyone hated her. It's a lot. Peggy Reardon, did you notice a difference between male and female judges react? Realistically, not really the way you think. No. Personality rules the day. That's about it. Emily D. Baker, Rob, don't forget the stacks came from Real Housewives of Orange County. I know. The Bravo Purple Heart Queen. I get it. I know. Stacks did. Gotcha. The Frankfurter, Rob, never stop doing what's important to you. You do enough. I try my very best to do everything I can, and I try to bring topics to the show that are fun and informative. Dark Chaz, are you doing daddy vows also? I don't know. I didn't know it was a thing. Is that a thing? If it's a thing, someone let me know. Lindsay, each table has a vote to vote in a representative to fight in the battle. Ooh, whoa, no, that's a different thing. That's Hunger Games. Like, so we nominate as tribute. That's fair. Who gets Ian's table, by the way? KDD, thank you for the super chat. KO, wow, Rob, the timing just got dumped. And then this, thank you. You are so much freaking stronger than you think you are. How strong are you? Ask me tomorrow. How strong are you? Ask me tomorrow. Because you keep getting up and keep doing the thing. How strong are you? Ask me tomorrow. Never answer that question. Ask me tomorrow. Get up, do the thing. How'd you make it through this? I did. You are stronger than you think you are. Times 1 million. Oz Wookie, 100% agreed. Wasn't until I was at peace with myself and loved myself that I was able to love others. And then did I meet my person. It works that way, oddly enough. Nicole has ADHD. I sent a chess book a while back. Did you get it? How to Beat Your Dad at Chess. Yes, I did. Have I given it to Mini Mischief 1? No. Why? I'm not ready for her to beat me at chess. Sorry. That was really aggressive. It's there. I have it. So she'll get it. Just give me a few more wins beforehand. Oz Wookie, together 20 years, married 16. Wow. Incredible single child who's also a gift from the universe. God, insert belief here. Yeah. Life is great, man. Just, I know it feels fucking hard sometimes. It really feels hard sometimes. And it just feels like it beats the hell out of you. But holy shit, it really is good. If you just take a second, change your perspective, change your view, change your understanding. Even the worst of circumstances can turn out to be the best. KDD, just wanted to let you know that one of my students back in Arizona made me a pen like yours back in 2020, and I still cherish it to this day. That's what I mean about life is good. Like, you guys are seeing the examples in the freaking chat. Life is good and can be good. And even from the worst of circumstances can arise the best of situations that we never could have anticipated. You have no idea what tomorrow is going to bring. Not a fucking clue. You don't know if there is a person walking through the front door of your house with two little pain in the ass kids, one of whom is a redheaded child, boy who is all boy and nightmare fuel when they're angry. The other one might be challenging and emotionally complex. But if you have a predisposition or a thought that they might not walk through the door, or that what you expect them to be is something else, you might miss all of the freaking love that they have in them. So just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Meta H, please make a copy of yourself. Teach other men. You are rare. No, I'm not. I'm not. And there are the people out there like that. The problem is that I have this weird thing about me where I just talk a lot. And I actually have a problem. I don't shut up. Sorry, mods. I don't shut up. Really sorry, mods. I don't shut up. But when I start talking like this, it just comes... It's there. A lot of people have it. A lot of guys have it. They're just not good at expressing it. You know what's really helpful? You just find a good way of communicating with them. Find something they love. The reason I'm streaming today is Mischief. When the Det v. Heard stuff was going on, I had reached out to Alita and Nick Ricada. I had reached out to both of them and said, hey, you guys are being hard on Judge A, Judge Escarati. And I said it's not really fair. She needs the objection to be made. And they both said, "Do you want to come on?" And I said, in my head, no way in hell. I'm not going to be on screen. Why am I going to be on screen? I hate being on screen. I hate being in front. I have scarring on my face from like shingles and shit. And who would want to listen to me ever about anything, about any topic whatsoever? Who would ever want to listen to this rambling idiot? Yeah, mischief. Yeah. You love the law. I could listen to you talk about it all day because you love it. It's there in every person. You just got to find it. Tim Riggs, thank you for the gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. 20 gifted memberships. Devin, remember when you blamed Ian for the streams running late? I do very much indeed. Sandy, thank you for the reminder. Rob, we all needed to hear it. You and Mischief are amazing people who I'm blessed to consider friends. You are a friend, Sandy, and you and your wonderful husband, both friends. A lot of people I've met in these circumstances are phenomenal. Tim Riggs, love life, brother. Love life indeed. Every day it gives you the pain, the heartache, the good, the bad, the stress, the anxiety, the sleeplessness, the sleeping in, every freaking aspect. Never take it for granted. Amy Griff, a friend of mine, said at dinner, we table our family, kids too, share something good for that day, even if it's just at the food in front of them. It's a good practice. It's a really good practice. Focus. Tell your kids, teach your kids to focus on the good that happens in a day. Cat W, so it's not actually Ian's fault after all, I guess. No, it's not. Thanks for the stream, as always, and congrats again to you and Mischief Manager. Thank you, Cat W. Nana, renew our vows at 25 years. Big party included, the kids in the ceremony. I love that. Melissa Smith, the common signs of stroke are for common areas of the brain. My mom's stroke had very different symptoms. Any strange behavior could be a stroke. Yes, and therefore, please be aware, cognizant, and knowledgeable. Inform yourself of how to detect it. So go watch Rick's series because he actually has doctors on there telling you how to detect it. Gwen Bly, Rob, I'm grateful for your wisdom. You come out with incredible nuggets that strike deep. Thank you. I just kind of speak from my own idiot perspective, to be honest. It just so happens that this idiot found a way to keep finding a way. I think it's probably more insightful than I thought it was. You find a way to keep finding a way. You don't find a way to the end. You don't find a way to get through it. You find a way to keep finding a way because every single day is going to give you new challenges. So you find a way to get yourself to the next day to find a new way. You just keep finding a way. You get up, you get lost, you find your way again. Light Queen, I've been painting the D&D lighted dice I made last night. I may need to make Ian some lighted gun dice. Making things has saved my sanity many times. Y'all make this more rewarding than you will ever imagine. I really do mean that. These responses, everything you say, y'all make this feel more rewarding every single time I talk to you. Kat R, some of us needed to hear that. Thanks for sharing. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate, very much. And Kate, by the way, Kate R, has a phenomenal stitch on her YouTube channel of Lawyers and Dragons dancing to Bruno Mars. It's amazing. If you haven't seen it, go see it. And if you need a link to it, look at any of the videos because point 2, Kate does timestamps like randomly. She just does timestamps and sends them as a posted comment in response to every video. And I've told her I want to make her a pen. I told her all this stuff. And she still does it. So please show some support, show some love. So thank you, Kate. I really do appreciate that. Grass folk, you meant midnight Central Time, right? Apparently, because I'm coming up on it. Nose boop indeed. Thank you, Bobbit. Tim Riggs, thank you for the additional gifted memberships and the message of love your life. No, you don't get to hide. You're Kate. I got you. Yep, nerdy ready, Kate. All right. You guys, I know that I had additional topics. I'm not going to push my mods that hard. They have done a phenomenal job. I am the one at fault. And the sidetracks that we have are, while frustrating to some, because there's always commenters negative, I hope it brings more benefit than frustration. Because the thing is, a lot of people are looking for info, right? A lot of people are looking for the details on certain lawsuits and they want to hear updates. But every now and then someone needs to hear something. And if I'm being 100% honest, I would place the priority on the person who needs to hear the reassurance over the person who wants the update. I'd place priority on the person who needs to see the fun dialogue and see that we can disagree and debate and discuss over the desires of the person who wants to just get an update. So maybe that's my problem. Maybe it's not. I don't know. You guys are the judge. Channel's doing fine. We're doing good. And I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. My gosh, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. You know what? And not to give you nightmares, but someone gave me who was it that asked for the revenge unicorn? Now this is gonna be stuck in my head. That is that really? I had the revenge unicorn in my head. Just F-bomb away. My gosh, my word. Clips and Vixen coming in at the end. Rob, you are the big brother I always thought I never needed. You're an amazing human. We are all the siblings, friends, and family of each other. We lift each other up when we need to, and that is the task I bestow upon all of you. For all of you who felt uplifted by anything I said, or who felt that what I said might have an impact on them, it is now your job to convey those thoughts and sentiments to those around you who might need the same message. Like I said, go make something you'll feel better. Go make a friendship. Go make a bond. That now counts. So we have a new caveat to the saying on the channel. Go make something you'll feel better. Now that includes a friendship and a bond. Tim Riggs, brother, as we age, we want to share things we've learned. Thank you for sharing yours with us. Well, brother, right back at you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for participating. And thank you for encouraging everyone in the chat to do the same. Many blessings upon all of you. And I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Go make something, like I said, that includes a friendship now or a pen. You can make a pen. One that glows in the dark. It's kind of fun. Yeah. Happy weekend to all of you. Get out there, have fun. Hopefully it's not raining all weekend. And I will catch you next time. I will do a Maya stream. I will. That motion for sanctions. The fact that Jen texted me separately and was like, here's the link. We need to talk about it. So we need to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Until next time, I bid you all adieu. Enjoy the outro. Like I said, enjoy your weekend. I'm going to say it for the 9 millionth freaking time. Go make something you'll feel better. Good night, all. Happy Friday and happy weekend.